And whoopsie daisy, here we have a new painting which I've been working on now for a while, and I think it came out pretty well. You can see how I've been working with all the thick layers in a more impressionist way. All over it's thick. Here I built a lot of textures. This palette is actually quite funny. There is a segment of 40 minutes where I actually go over this and explain what colors I use and stuff, so you can actually see that. There will be chapters in description, so you can jump around. Her name is Maria. She's a beautiful girl. And here you see the tattoos and everything. Used my original signature this time. Anyway, I've been working on this like crazy and building it actually in quite record time for me. But it went very well, and I have to say I'm pleased with it, and I hope you enjoyed the whole thing. It's of course a long video as usual, but I think you can learn something from it, both as a human being and as a painter. So, with this, I will just, as I usually say, please subscribe to my channel, share my videos on social media, put the notification bell on, and please check out my Patreon if you want to support my work. These videos are free and it takes the time to make them, so if you want to support my channel and support my work, please do that. There's also a small painting giveaway on Patreon every month, so you can get your hands on if you sign up for $5 and up. So yeah, with this I hope you enjoy, and it came out very well. I'm actually going to send it off now to my gallerist, to his exhibition on Majorstuen in Oslo, Gallery A as it's called now, December exhibition. So if you're in Oslo, you can check it out and go and see it there. Now, okay, I hope to see you around. As I said, you will find chapters in description or hyperlinks to the different segments in the video or in the tutorial, so you can jump around to your favorite segments. So, with this, I hope to see you in the next video. Keep on painting, keep living, have fun, and stay cool. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna paint a photo of a beautiful girl on this canvas, and I'm going to start out, as I usually do, with kind of lining up, and I was actually counting 1 and 2, 1, 2, 3, and just a little bit, and also to get this placed in the right place. And basically the golden snit is 1 and 2. Yeah, that is basically from here, I think, or here. So I start out like this. I placed her basically in the middle, and usually I just start by pushing in a point like this, and another point. Maybe I should try this size. I'm not really sure what the size of the head is. So that's what I'm trying to figure out now. 1, 2, see, 1, 2, 3, no, it has to be bigger than that, so I think it's probably going to be on here. I don't so help. That's a little bit higher up here. So this is just approximately how I start. I don't use, I never use a tracer or anything like that. I just start looking at it and I try to place it as good as I can. And then I just evolve it from there. She has quite a high hair. Her name is Curly. No, she's not Curly. I think she was Maria or something like that. She's a Russian. Beautiful girl. And yeah. So this is what I do, like this. I actually look very forward to paint this painting because the subject of the painting, I'm going to show you the photo in the beginning of this video when it's finished. So, but I have to cover it up because it's a nude, and if I show any nude photos in my video, this one will probably be demonetized anyway because it has some nude figure, and that's a sad thing with YouTube actually, because they are kind of censoring art, and it's a little bit weird, I think. This probably also be a very long video. A very long video, yes, because I know my videos are long, yes, many of them, but if you really want to, I'm going to try to keep this to the point that it is about painting. You see that to learn to paint, you have to have patience. You can't learn to paint in 10 minutes. You know these 10 minutes videos you see on YouTube? Well, fine, but it doesn't take 10 minutes to paint a painting. So you basically need to have a little bit more patience. So here, patience is gold when it comes to painting. I'm just gonna place this. This is just totally rough. It's just to get a sense of approximately. There's the nose. She has beautiful lips, cheek, socket, cheek. This. You see, I'm not very classical, really. I just do all these things approximately now, and then I'm gonna go back in and focus more close. Here's the arm, see now. 1, 2, approximately. 1, say 1, 2, 3, not right. Let's see. 1, 2, yeah, actually quite well. Now the good thing is it's a very nice shadow hits on the wall there behind her. There's a lot of texture in the wall, and the colors is kind of toned down, so it's not going to be so very strong colors. You also have beautiful, some really beautiful tattoos with very nice colors. The colors I use on my palette, actually, that was one of the things that made it so kind of fascinating to paint her, because she has these beautiful colors. And yeah. I really want to make this big, but I have one more where she looks out, the same position, and I want to do that in a huge painting, because I have a series that I'm making that's going to be my art of painting in relation to Jan Vermeer, the art of painting. So yeah, that's what I'm going to do. This looks like nothing right now. It's just, I'm just kind of placing things approximately, and then I go deeper as I go along. And well, I've said that already. Flat pencil, and I'll just place a little bit more, and then I will, since I placed it approximately now where it's supposed to be, I will go more up close and paint the face, for the sketch out the face. And then I'll just hang a picture here and go all the way close, so you can see more close up what I'm doing when I'm painting it. And that will take, because I always do the face first, and that is because I need that point to work from, and then when I have done the face, I relate everything else to the face. You don't start painting the toes, okay? Of course you can, if you're good. I mean, if you are full-blown, what's it called? Rain Man. Yeah, I don't remember the disorder now. Well, you will have a strange brain if you can actually start with the toes. What is it called, that diagnosis again? Rain Man, probably seen the movie Rain Man. Tom Cruise and the other guy. There are people who can actually distance themselves from all the symbols and almost human copy machines. But I'm not a human copy machine. Or as I say, I'm kind of a Windows 95. Still. Not even that. You know, important to see things. When I see hair up here, I will have the forehead. And I see this compared to this line here. It goes down to the hand, which is on the wall. That girl is so beautiful. She's really stunning. It's such a pleasure painting. Such beauty. And yeah, it makes me feel alive. Oops. Cheek. Yeah, I should go closer because, yeah. Okay. That's how it is. That's how I start. So, next time. Okie dokie. Yeah. Here we are. And I'm going to paint here. As you can see, I just hang it beside there. Now, this face is basically, well, it's not the right size, it's almost there, but I didn't go up the right size. I'm also gonna do some changes to the print. I'm gonna print out some new prints, which is a little bit more, have a little bit more bluish or greenish and yellowish in them, because my printer, I got a new PC, so I haven't calibrated, as it's called in Norway, calibrated it up yet. So I guess I just have to do that. And yeah. I'm just gonna work around a little bit here with the hair. Just gonna darken it. It's gonna be fun to work with all these curls. Very nice. It's so giving to start a new painting like this. Try to figure out where everything is. Keep it loose. Like this. Your eye. Just down like this. Down like this. And the good thing about, I'm not using, as I said in the beginning, I don't use any cheating, as I call it. I don't use any projector or any tracing. So of course that makes it a little bit harder, because I have to do everything freehand, see it, place it, and get it right. Both the size and everything, because it's very hard to cheat. Usually I paint things a little bit bigger than it is. So it's not often I have experience to actually paint a face that suddenly becomes smaller than reality, and I get into trouble with the size of the format on the canvas. But it can happen, and there are several ways you can fix that. You can just basically take it off the canvas and or the frame and just basically move it a little bit. Or if it's really bad, you have really missed the mark, it's just to basically paint it bigger or smaller. But that is a grueling process, and you want to avoid that by trying to get the sketch in so it doesn't deviate too much from the subjective matter. One of my patrons, or people I like teach to paint a little bit, he gave himself a severe problem by trying to create a landscape with a girl figure in this landscape, and he tried to paint it all the way only from his head. He actually had a subject or a model, very beautiful girl actually, and I recommended him to paint that as a standalone painting, because painting, I used to do that when I was very young and I was this kind of romantic idealist. I tried to paint paintings called Utopia and a lot of kind of and I tried to make things like landscapes and stuff from my head, and it didn't work out very well. You know, I could paint a landscape from my head now because I know some of the rules, or I can actually basically picture a landscape. It's just a line and sky and stuff, but it wouldn't become like when I do from a real object, whereas I used to do, I was actually going out in nature and painting. That would be so nice to sometime do again. Stand one. So someday maybe. So see. Put my glasses on so I see better. Oh, I see so much better. It's only +1, so my eyesight isn't that bad. But it kind of varies a little bit with how I feel or what I've been eating. So sugar is definitely not good for your eyesight. So stay away from refined sugar if you have problems or getting older and getting some problems with your eyesight. Because the sugar leads to inflammation, and inflammation leads to disturbance of the central nervous system and the eyesight and stuff like that. So it can be healthy too. She has such a beautiful nose. Stunning girl. Really beautiful. There's something with the Russians. They haven't gone through so much war and carnage, and only the best genes have survived. So these girls are really, really beautiful. Perfect. Perfection. Perfection. Oui, oui. Her lips are stunning. She has this bulging lips. It's the kind of girl you can actually fall in love with. But you know it's gonna be a danger zone. Ooh. And I'm the kind of guy who, when I fall in love with someone, I really fall in love. There's no doubt about it. So at my age, I might want to avoid that and concentrate on important things like this, like painting. Anyway, blah blah blah. As you can see now, I'm just building and building. It is basically my brain. I can feel how my brain works when I do this. It just picks up small dots all over the place and just moves them like clay into place, and it's just such an, it's very gratifying. There's a lot of gratification to it. I really love doing it. It's some of the it's the thing that made me into a painter. Just a feeling of connection with the flow and the creative process. And I would recommend that for anyone who wants to connect with a deeper part of themselves. So, yeah. But I also want to warn you, connecting with deeper parts of yourself leads to a few, shall we say, side effects. You will become more conscious, more self-critical, or you will do like a lot of artists actually do. They just become superficial, narcissistic assholes who think they are way more important than they are. So, without actually having the skill to back it up. So it's a easy, many pitfalls in this. I'm kind of shaping up a little bit now. Do you see that? So let's lower down. Oh, I just love this. This is my love, the love of my life. This is my true love of my life. And everything else is just distractions. I found my mistress. And this painting. Isn't that great? Just finding the love of your life in your own, in yourself. Okay, I think that was a nice, fast rendition. Huh? We'll take a break. It was 11 minutes. That was much. I should do some more. Nah. I'm gonna paint some more and come back to you. Or, nah, wait a minute, a little bit more. It's gonna be a long video anyway. See, and now it's very important. Textures needs to have an address. It's my neighbor, has a store, and in the mornings he always makes a lot of noise. But that's okay. He's nice. He's a nice guy. From Pakistan. From Pakistan. Whoa! Sounds like thunder. There. Like this. Sleeping Beauty. Ah, no, it's wrong. Oh, I just love this. Da, 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 da. And dissolve that. So, okay. Yeah. I'll leave it at that. Nice sketch. Okay, here we are. So I've been working around, and I'm just gonna keep on banging on and sketching and sketching and sketching and sketching and sketching. So there's a lot of blue in that shadow because I use a film when I take the pictures that has some blue filter. It's called tungsten. It's 6.7 film. Actually, they don't make them anymore, so I have a few left in my fridge, and I use it more carefully now than I used to do, because at some point I won't have any more. But then again, I have so much beautiful photos of models and stuff that I could probably paint for the rest of my life without taking a single photo of a model again. So, but you know, it's always nice to do some new things. It's going to be fun to work with the hair because there's a lot of things happening in the textures and the shadow as it goes on. People ask me if I can't show the subject when I'm painting, but I can't really do that. I think maybe if I censor it, I could have it on a small window so we see what I'm painting. But it shouldn't really matter, because painting isn't basically about you seeing the motive. It's basically about how I paint. It's more important, I think, anyway. And since it's a nude model, also maybe I should be careful with showing the photos. So, not everybody likes to have them public. Now, I did do a photo shoot, paid photo shoot, so you know, it's my artwork, and I guess I have copyright to my own work. Yeah, I do, actually. Of course. She has so many beautiful tattoos, so they are just melting into her skin, and it's going to be fun to work with. It will take a lot of effort. I do have some hip pain again, because I did use my foot too much and I got some kind of tightened up, so it feels like somebody is pulling my foot. So I just have to use time to get better. It was a little bit disturbing when I'm painting. Sometimes I just have to sit down, was so looking forward to being totally pain-free after my hip replacements, but I wasn't supposed to be that lucky, I guess. Anyway, I came to it honestly. I did too much and I basically fucked it up myself. You see, just a little bit more hips. Listen, kind of. I don't want to do any big mistakes. But then again, everything is, when you paint like this, everything is, because I don't use a projector, as I've been saying many times, it is basically testing and failing over and over until you find the sweet spot. So, yeah. Here's a butterfly here, and a belly button. Oh god, it's my stomach. I have this, been training so much, so I have some brook I have to deal with. I think this body of mine is basically falling apart. I've come to a point in my life where I've been using it so much. I was talking to a girl about that yesterday. I have been using my hips so much and it's almost unbelievable how much. I mean, all the dancing, all the training, all the sex, all the craziness. I mean, it's no wonder my hips was burned out at the age of basically 44. Now I'm 52. Waited way too long with operating. Should have done years ago when I was younger. But that's how it is. I'm not a quitter, and I tried everything before I had to do it. It's like the painting. I'm not a quitter. I will keep on banging on until I drop, because I have ambitions and I have things to do, and yeah, that's how it is. It's almost like somebody's pulling the muscle in my buttocks. It's just pulling it. It's a different pain from having arthritis, because I'm flexible, so it's not that. Anyway, blah blah blah. I was supposed to talk about painting in this. So you see what I'm doing, see how I shape it. Yeah. I'm just going to work with the body to get that correct first. Then I will go back into starting molding details. I'm going to work with brushwork in a more impressionist way, at least far into it. So it's going to be quite exciting to do something a little bit different. Just going to put things in now. I guess this isn't so impressionist, but now it's just to get the main things in. See how I'm working. working with the directions and shadows. And, yeah. I'm very happy when I'm painting. Been listening to a lot of music and when I become a very old man, hopefully, because I have a lot to do, I will have this to do while I'm waiting for my demise. See here. Now I'm using a Naples yellow deep and Kraplak or the alizarin for this, and that yellow Naples yellow is giving a very nice skin color when you mix it with alizarin or Kraplak as it's called. And yeah, and if you also mix in a little bit of blue into that, you get a shadow, a nice shadow color that is greenish bluish type like this. And I think it works very well for me, very well actually, and you just have to figure it out yourself. I remember in the beginning when I was painting, I didn't understand, I really didn't understand texture. I didn't understand the value of brushwork, and so hard to get things right because I was always focusing on a motif, without understanding that to get the motif right you have to use a more dynamic brushwork so it comes alive. And yeah, that's something you learn over time as you paint. You have to empathize to learn. You basically have to empathize with, maybe I said this earlier in a segment, but I'll say it again. Nobody actually, not many people I think that sees my videos from start to finish anyway, so if I keep repeating myself. It's a conversation. Every video I post, everything I do when I put things on YouTube, it's a conversation about painting or life or whatever, and just that's why I do a lot of digressions. And yeah, well, if you're going to understand brushwork, if you're going to understand, or when you understand, before you understand brushwork, you have no way to empathize with, empathize with that, connecting over time with like Rembrandt or any other master, because you don't really understand what they were doing. You don't understand the language. And that is the trick. When you start to understand textures and you understand brushwork and you do things in your own paintings and suddenly something happens and you just remember, that was what I saw in that painting. That was how he was thinking and how he was doing it. That is why he did it that way. Now that is what I call empathizing with artists over eons of time. It's hundreds of years ago since Rembrandt died, but you can empathize or connect through his language. Brushwork is a language. in a way. It is an abstract language. It's not apparent to everyone, but it is a language you can learn. And when you learn that language, it just detonates in your head. You just understand, aha! And then you start to learn more easily from the old masters. You have to look at the details, how they paint, how was he thinking? Did he do something funny here? Did he push the line more to joke around a little bit, the irony? Or you can actually listen to even music, like especially Rachmaninoff, I think probably was playing with cliches, and then with total beauty, and then back to the abstract and back again. And I think he had fun. That is my belief, or I don't like the word belief because I'm an atheist, but it's my personal subjective opinion, because I think I can see his irony in pulling you into the abstract to the beauty and then dragging you out again into the total abstract, where you just get confused and it was so beautiful, but what the hell is he doing now? Well, what he's doing, he's adding contrasts so that the beauty shines even stronger. And that is how you have to think as a painter too, that you just keep on pushing it and pushing it, but at the same time things need to have an address. They need to, when you come to a certain point, the paint and the everything in the painting needs to have an address to one another. They need to have some kind of connection in the whole surface, so it becomes a whole thing, not just a chaotic thing that doesn't really hang together. I hope you understand what I'm saying. I mean, if you don't, I had this discussion actually, or this conversation with one of my followers on PATRON. I think I mentioned that too. And that is what I tried to explain to him. The thing with empathy, because he said, I can't understand what you have been doing. That is because you haven't come to that point as a painter where you have painted for such a long time that you have done so many mistakes and done so many things that you start recognizing things. So, and that is not a bad thing. It's not something you should take as an insult in any way. If you take that as an insult, then you think you have basically can't come to the highest point of your... If you believe that you are a good painter, when you have been working with it for a couple of years, or a few years maybe, and you have the whole art history screaming to you, telling you, get your feet back on the ground. There is so much beauty here, and there is so much great painting, and you're not reaching up to their navel. But that's fine. That is when you start learning. I mean, if you're a total narcissist, you won't learn anything. You won't even learn from your mistakes. I know about the person. I'm not going to say if it's a woman or a man. Oh, it's a woman. And she has been painting for years. And she's not getting any better. Why isn't she getting any better? Because she is a narcissist. She just don't seek out challenges, and she's listening too much to the yes people. They say you shouldn't listen to the no people. But sometimes it's very important to have people around you, or people who are better than you, and look at them and say, hey, I'm not good enough. I know people who are way better than me, and that is not going to put me down. I'm just going to work harder, going to do my best. And for me, there's a lot of good painters out there, but I will always go to the source. And the source for me is basically Vermeer, Rembrandt, and Turner, and of course Delacroix. You have the most beautiful things of Edvard Munch, like Sick Child. You have so much beauty. But when it comes to painting and it comes to being an artist, I think I have high regards is Leonardo da Vinci, because he wasn't just an artist, he was also a scientist. And I actually think science is way more important than some pretty paintings, or paintings, even ugly paintings. I mean, people say, oh, it's just a pretty painting, why are you painting like that? Because you can take a photo. Oh, fuck off, you know. You don't know what you're talking about, because it's not about that. It's not about the motif, it's about the process, about the language. It's what you put into it. And then, oh, why don't you do the abstract? Well, because I like a challenge. And it's a way bigger challenge to paint something that has a concrete subject or object, and then try to create the same abstract poetry in the brushwork as you would do at the same time create a beautiful figure painting or something that is difficult. I'm not saying that good abstract painting is not difficult, but I will say that having the skill to get it right adds to the problem. Yeah, no doubt. And why don't I do some abstract work? Well, life is short. I don't have time for it. I mean, getting the best I can within the short time I have in existence is going to be difficult enough if I'm not going to add to it a lot of other bullshit. Not bullshit, but in my view, unnecessary distractions. I do wish I could, I actually want to make sculptures and drawings and aquarelle and some more different things, but this comes first, so okay. Yeah. So I'm just gonna keep working for a while. Maybe I'm just gonna bang in that hand. Now I need to take a little bit, can be a little bit careful with that. That's very difficult actually, but so it's coming quite far down. She has kind of long. She's kind of tiny girl, but she's a long-limbed tiny girl. And a woman, whatever. And her waist is smaller. Stunning beauty. Actually, there's a little light here, so that explains a little bit the shape of her. It's a little bit too big. It's nice to just put it in there. It's for fun. Actually, I have some beautiful nudes of my daughter that I want to paint, some of them. It's called a collaboration. She's also this type of shape. Maybe it's a little bit strange to paint nudes of one's daughter, but heck, I'm an artist, and she's a grown woman, grown girl. I call her a grown girl. Yeah, she's gonna be a girl for the rest of life, like me. Kind of a boy still. I will always stay a boy. Hi, boy. How are you? Yeah, okay. It's gonna adjust a lot of stuff, but there's no doubt that I'm kind of getting closer. I should, except from working out, eating healthy, be a little bit social, I should use every waking hour of my existence for this, because this is the thing that trumps everything. So, even Trump. Yeah. Actually, I want to paint a big painting of Donald J. Trump, because I think he's a great guy, and that's hard for a lot of people to hear me say, but I'm saying it anyway. And if people want to hate me for it, so fucking be it. Okay, yeah, it's nice, I think. Yeah, see you later. So, almost the whole thing in. Now, to sketch, then I'm going into the harder parts, which is more detail and surroundings, but I will do some more surroundings first, or some more details first. I don't need these now. Actually, my eyesight is a little bit better today, so that's a good thing. It's that hip thing, it's quite difficult to figure out. I think her hips goes a little bit lower down like this. And always a shape that is hard to see. It'll be okay in the end. Like this. It's cold in here, and it's good. It's called cold therapy. She has a lot of flowers and colors in the tattoos. It's a more medium. Many people ask me what medium I use, and it's quite easy. Medium actually, it's just turpentine, and linseed oil with maybe some some cobalt cicatini. Sometimes I use that, sometimes not. That actually dries a little bit faster, but it's not really necessary. Linseed oil will do the trick. So, yeah. So, now of course there's a lot of adjustments I'm going to do before I'm done. So, this is just to so I can see the whole figure. I work on this side actually because I'm hanging usually the photo there and I'm painting details and stuff. If only I can see clearly there. Here becomes a little bit. It's better today. My theory or hypothesis is that Rembrandt basically started to do more impressionist style because he couldn't actually see that well. Or maybe he just was in love with painting, with the paint itself, or maybe it was both. But of course I don't know how that. Maybe I should Google that. How was the eyesight thing back then? Artists usually didn't become that old, so maybe they didn't get into that age where the eyesight fell apart. Then again, aging process probably started a little bit earlier back then because they didn't have all that good food we have, nutritious food, which actually also can kill us if we eat too much of it. Not the nutritious food actually, only the bad foods. See now, this one is so nice, so very nice shadow there. Right now my foot has started hurting again, cramping up because of all the standing, so that's always a problem. That's a good thing about working wet and wet. You just keep moving things almost like clay, or like clay, I would say. Okay, I think this is actually getting close to how it should be. I think our navel is too far up, so I need to move that basically, I think down here. Because she has kind of a long limbed body. She's not tall, I would say 160 centimeters maybe. But she's kind of long limbed, and that's why she kind of seems taller than she really is in reality. So goes up like this, down like that. A little bit here. Some more blue. More blue. Blue. I need to go buy some more cobalt. Only have a small tube, so it's quite expensive color, cobalt. No, it's not cobalt. Sorry, it's French ultramarine. That's the darker color I use of the blue. I thought I had bought one actually. It's strange. I should. Jesus. Should be more careful with my colors. It's a very expensive color. I use that. Basically want the best color in my paintings to give it some more. The good thing about Old Holland, I think, is that they are thick, they have a lot of pigment in them, and you see I put on a little bit medium now into the color here. That is why, because I'm going to paint over it and over it and over it anyway. The shadow here is just brilliant, and that's one of the reasons why even the breast coming up here, and it's just brilliant when it's done. It's in like this, and our hair, you can actually see all our hair on the wall there. So really have to work hard with the textures stuff. Just gonna get everything in. And when things are in, I will start molding. I think I'm going to go over the face once more before I start on that side, but I'm not really sure if I'm going to do this or that. I just have to decide. I mix it with some black. I use a color. Actually, I use one color still from feew Newton, and that is the blue black. Or I used because it has some some strange tone. It keeps it in the bluish realm. The ivory black is quite earthy, I think, and it tends to makes things a little bit more dirty. Just me, maybe. Hard to tell. Let me see, where's my blue black? Here's my blue black. And I also use, of course, the yeah, and I used also one more. I used raw umber for the toning from usaluy. I think it is more neutral, more greenish. The one that is from Old Holland is basically more red in, I think. So I think I like the. It's funny because I like to paint with the Old Holland one, but I like to use the other one as a wash in the beginning. So I just put. Probably seen that. Maybe you've seen that as videos on my YouTube channel, where I show you how I make the canvas, ground, and then tone the canvas. How I do that. I have these cramps in my foot because I've been saying that probably before. And it's because of my hip replacement. And right now it hurts so much, it's kind of disturbing for my painting. So all the things that happens to you when you get older. And that was due to my overtraining, my hyperactivity and overtraining. Okay. I've seen a lot of people painting on it on YouTube, and they seem to have a recipe. I don't. For me, it's more like a failing process. So paint and never fail. Again and again and again and again. This one probably goes well. Okay, I'm just going to start molding more in the body, and since I just put this up there, and I will start that's the brightest part there, so I need to keep all the other things down. I'll start here. Maybe I should go up and do some more. Try to find the right directions, hues and stuff. It's funny, I'm reposting some of my old videos all the way back to 2011. And yeah, I have been aging, I can see that. In my head I still feel like I'm 27. But I can clearly see that my cheek is a little bit more saggy now. And stuff. No wonder actually I've been through so much stress with all my hip replacements, pain, depressions, and all kinds of stuff for the last 10 years. So I guess it's expected. You know, we have to age someday. Can't stay 20 forever, sad to say. But if my foot can start hurting, that will be very liberating. Breasts there actually. Maybe like that. I need to get that schwung. Down like that. I need to do some more new prints because I have problems seeing exactly how it works there. In this print. Maybe I should actually and work myself down like this, because it's quite dangerous to do too much down there, because if I get this correct, it will be easier for me to see where to go with the other things. See, it's there. Wow. There. Fuck, I totally missed the mark. So totally. Huh. Okay. Now, well, her forehead actually goes more. Well, I didn't miss it that much. That is true. You know, I've done the head a little bit too much up like that. And it actually comes out here. And of course, instead of moving all the things down here, the good thing is to get this correct. Yeah. And then there's less of a problem. There's still a problem. The problem is that I have moved this one too much out. So I have to move this all the way back in. Basically in here, where it was. That was actually where it was a while ago. And if I do that, it is actually correct. So that is how you can trick yourself into doing very stupid choices if you're not careful. So this have to go, and her arm is more basically. I should have had a thread actually that I was putting there, but I prefer, and that is strange, I prefer to do it with my eyes without any help. I kind of like to make it harder for myself. It sounds stupid. I don't want to make it easier for myself. Yeah, that's more like it. Because I was wondering how I should get that schwung in her hip. And of course, that was the reason I had put this too far. Now, of course, this one goes now down there. It goes down like this. It's quite correct. Like this. But also a tiny bit like this. And this one goes. That's the good thing about wet and wet. You can just keep moving things around until, of course, it's metted like full. You can fill it up, and when you have filled it up too much, it's very hard to add more color. And then I just have to your hair comes down like this, so that's good. Here, that's also things I can work with. And then she has the breast. Basically down here somewhere, so she comes in here. No, that's, it's not that big. Ah, fuck. I need more medium. You want to dissolve it. And another one is over here. A bit higher, and there's some light hitting there. Light. Arm goes one way out here. So this is what I'm going to do for the next few hours. I'm just going to keep on moving things back and forth, finding the right spot. And of course, it is much easier if you use a projector, because all of this is solved immediately before you even start painting, and it's very easy to get a very lifelike photorealistic painting if you use that. but you will lose the battle. And as I was talking in one of the segments just now, that it's the battle, it is a subjective things, or the brushwork and the adjustments. That is what actually in the end makes it a good painting. So if you avoid, or try to avoid, the most difficult parts, like actually is getting the drawing right and stuff like that, it will become a flatter painting. No doubt about that at all. So I'm not going to cheat. Okay, I'm just going to continue painting, and I see you later. Okay, there we are. Now I'm just gonna work with the different textures, colors, the tattoos. I'm just gonna work like a sculptor around here and just build it. As I said, it kind of reminds me a little bit about one when I do this in this way. It reminds me of landscape I did from a graveyard. There's a video of it on YouTube here in the channel, and I'm gonna try to do it that way. It's like I did with the trees and the leaves and everything. I just kept it open. I just added brushwork on top of brushwork on top of brushwork to keep it very loose, keep it very open. And that must be the way I paint this. Then I can choose, because I have one different another photo of her where she actually looks out in the same position. So I could do another one, maybe in a different kind of technique, more photographic maybe. But I'll see what happens, how far I get with this. Yeah, I'm a little bit out of time. I have like 14 days or something like that to get it done. So let's see what I can manage to do. It's not easy to paint a painting like this in that short period. But, and if you want to have it very, very photographic, it is basically almost impossible, because there is so much detail and so much that is going to happen. But if I do it this way and keep it more open, it is possible to get a good result. See here, and let things just kind of bubble into one another, building textures, smaller and smaller brushwork. That is the way I'm going to do this, and hopefully I will manage to do it. But my foot hurts, and that's a problem. So see what happens. It's very white up here. She's curly in Norway. That's what she called herself, curly in Norway. I saw a beautiful painting, a painting I really love, on a Norwegian museum, National Art Museum. A nude girl with a light. She's holding a light to his chest, and it just kind of lights up her whole chest. And I remember clearly how they had built the light almost like, well, basically like a relief to create that beautiful illusion. And I was young as well, back in the 90s, and I just understood it. That is all what it's all about, the brushwork. I had a friend many years ago who wanted to be a painter, but he never understood the value of brushwork. He was a good drawer. He was basically a quite brilliant guy actually, but he kind of lacked the emotional and deeper understanding, or he wasn't able to empathize. I think maybe he was a little bit of a sociopath or a narcissist, and he wasn't actually able to empathize with the brushwork on an emotional level. And typically he's also a communist and very into kind of talking about everything he knows. Now, I talk a lot about things too, but I do it because I'm interested, not because I'm trying to impress anyone. I'm not trying to impress anyone with my painting. The only person I'm trying to impress is actually myself. And that is a very, very important thing if you're an artist or a painter. The emotional honesty. That it isn't to get the girls or to get famous. You know, get famous can be very good for your economy. And there was a time where I were in the media, and of course you sell more paintings then, but it doesn't really tell that much about your quality as a person or even as an artist. What actually tells the story is more how you interact with your painting in your life and stuff. So anyway, you see how I'm working now? Everything dissolves here. The small things happening. It's funny because I've been very distracted for the last few years because of pain and a lot of stuff that happened in my life. But it actually made me a better person and also a better painter. Despite maybe painting less, being able to focus less, I became better anyway. And that is strange. But I think it has to do with a deeper form of introspection. And that is where this empathy, the capability of identify with the dead heroes over eons of time, not eons but over historic time, like when you start to come deeper, you start to connecting with the language of the dead artists. They're whispering to you from the grave through their work. You're telling them your stories through the language of painting. Like, I talk a lot about that these days because I think it's very important. Okay. That foot is killing me. See. It will become more and more clearer as I go along, but it will still be very open and painted. So hope you get something out of this. So, I just want to give you a more close-up into how I build. There will be way more of this later in this video. So, I just want to kind of show you. And remember that friend I used to have, if he had hair, should paint it here. He actually had that hair like this. But yeah, I lost it too very fast actually. It was strange. But the point is that if you're gonna paint here like this, curly hair, very brushy, curly hair, you can't really paint every hair. You just have to give an impression of it. Find a way to trick the eye. And yeah, how do I create an illusion of kind of crispy, curly, wavy hair without making it stiff or dead? So that's, of course, is a difficult task. And yeah. Even her tattoos looks kind of dissolved. Because the beautiful thing about her tattoos is that they are kind of melting into the skin, more like mine, and melting into the skin. There's not so many lines. And that is so important when it comes to the creation of natural tattoos. I'm gonna post some videos of my tattooist, and he tattooed my arm up here. Yeah. So. Actually, I have to rest my foot. So I'll just stop now. It was 15 minutes. Hope you got something out of it. Okay. I'm gonna do some in the face, just adjustments, small changes, incremental, and yeah, trying to keep it open still. If not, I'm gonna get into trouble, I think. As you can see, I'm just trying to work in directions still. Using the background actively. And trying to John. Well, this is why the first sketch is always the easiest, because the deeper you go, the easier it is to kind of screw it up. Suddenly you have you are on that wild goose chase. You're trying to walk back the cat, and you're trying to basically undo a lot of things you have done wrong. And it's not easy, but that is kind of also the charm of the whole thing. So don't be afraid to kill your darlings and try to move on. Maybe a smaller pencil could be good right there. I can find it. So there it is. Yeah, that was better. And we'll move into the knees here. Now I'm going into using more of the more broken earthy colors like umber, burnt umber, and I also use my ivory black in there because that is kind of more a neutral black, but I mix it with raw umber and Van Dyke brown and all these other colors. And here I will kind of try to build up a feeling of dynamic, almost woolly brushwork. After a while I will let this just glide into one another best I can. This girl is so pretty. She's so pretty. Kraplak. In the highlights I'm using more cadmium. Some highlights. Black again, without much white to create an underlip. Black with some white on the upper there. And I just had to go kind of back and forth a few times with that to reach what I want to reach. Of course it's not done in. But I'm trying to build this in a more impressionist way. Just kind of pointy painting. We're not making it become stiff and disgusting. Yeah. Oops. Okay. do some, yeah, I'm going to use some Van Dyke in here, and she has a lot of things kind of crossing over like this. Funny, I was talking about the friend I had many years ago who didn't understand brushwork, and I actually dreamt about him last night that I met him, and he was so hostile. He didn't even want to talk to me. Such a strange dream. It's so funny because when time flows, time goes, and I kind of remember I have had many friends which came and went, and it has to do with my personality. I'm quite an intense person to be around, and I guess I wear people down, some people down. I also tended to have friends that kind of came to me that needed somebody basically to be their friend or take care of them. And I have in me this helper gene. Maybe it's a way to get attention, or so I don't. It's very hard to know your own motive for bringing in people who are a little bit weak. Well, this guy wasn't weak actually. I wouldn't call him weak because he wasn't. He was an alpha male, and so am I in many ways. But in the end it collided, really, because he couldn't actually do much of his work, and I guess we just did glide from each other. But that dream was so strange because I was actually happy to see the guy, you know. I have a lot of memories, good memories. He was one of the people who, his name was Kevin, actually. I have very good memories from that friendship when it was good. It was kind of a brotherly friendship. But that dream was so strange because he was so hostile, and it didn't end well, this friendship. It didn't end well at all. He was really nasty the last time I actually talked to him. It's many years ago. But despite that, I learned so much from that friendship. And I have other friendship I had for years too that ended. And I kind of love the time we had together. I have girlfriends that I'm not with anymore. But I'm so grateful for the times we had together. Hope you see what I'm doing now, because I'm kind of building. I'm learning as I go along in many ways. I can show you that a little bit closer. Now, all these curls, you know, how do you get these things, the curls in between? Well, you just do like this. You just put color in, and then you kind of get the background, because it's going to be quite bluish in the background. And I just put in a little bit color, so it looks like it shines through. And all of that is just small brushwork. Kind of see, in the end will make it look like you're seeing through the hair. You can do in other directions and stuff. So that is the way to go about it. But as I go along, I will kind of lock that in more and more and more. And it's almost, I decided what to do in this painting before I started it. Okay, and that is also a very good thing to do, that you decide, okay, I'm gonna do this painting in this way or that way. If I chose to go as photorealistic, I'm not that kind of a painter, so I don't even know if I'm able to paint totally photorealistic, because I'm not able to hold back my brushwork and to get it to become very, very photorealistic, you have to keep the brushwork basically on the same level. Some people say, oh, it looks like a photo. Well, that is because people see my paintings in photographs, and of course they will look more like photos in photographs of the painting, because it's comprimeert, or it's kind of compressed. Yeah, compressed is the word. Down to a smaller thing. So if you use when you paint like this, you can use your brush to create. Now I really, really love this. This is just what I'm doing now. Is just it's almost better than sex. It is better than sex because it's not a short buzz. It's a long buzz. Sex is more a short buzz. And this is just so giving over time. It's amazing. No idea. And when I do brushwork like this, it just makes me so happy. You can see how I can evolve more and more as I go along. Yeah. Lovely. I have become such a conscious being that I'm kind of gonna watch myself get old and die. It's not gonna be any ignorance to it. It's not gonna be a surprise. It's not gonna be a point where suddenly, oh shit, I'm so old. No, it's gonna be a incremental, gliding experience. Which I want to notice every day. And my work, my paintings will be, in a way, tags in time in this deep process. I remember Christopher Hitchens, the author Christopher Hitchens, did say before he got sick that since he never chose his own death, his own birth, and didn't remember his own birth, he wanted to kind of go out in the conscious, to basically be around for the last thoughts. It didn't happen that way. He was in a coma when he died because of his cancer. And he also did say that when he got esophageal cancer, which of course were very natural because of the way he was treating himself horribly, unhealthy. He said that he was going to change his mind because being suffocated in your own vomit, basically. Would not be a nice way to go. But anyway, I would kind of want to be in the conscious when I leave. Because I want to know. Of course, when you get very old, if I get old, if I don't die in an accident or something bad happens, like somebody cuts my head off because of my Muhammad paintings, stuff like that, like in France. I hope to be, when you get old, I will know. I mean, if you are like getting almost 90, 100, you're getting up to that age and you don't function that well anymore, you know that you are kind of going towards the end. And that's going to be a strange thing. I think too much. My mom, my mother, my beautiful, beautiful mother, she always tells me that I think too much. And I think I agree. But there is no button that I know of that can turn it off. Except from this. I also want to start learning how to play the piano soon. And I will start writing my books. And then my life will be about flow and not short buzz, which I'm pretty well done with anyway. I still love to have sex and still love all these things, but they don't have that grip on me like it used to. So that's good. You don't want to be a slave. The Stoics talks about that. Don't be a slave to your own cock or to your short buzz. Be a master. Choose. Be able to choose. If you give in to only pleasure, you don't actually have any will at all. It's just random pleasure seeking. And there will not be any good result from it. There's nothing that good that comes from it over time. So go for the long-term, incremental things that matter. The things that make you better over time. Okay, maybe I should try to talk about painting, since that's why you're here. In my digressions. Okay, let's talk about painting. Painting. Talk about painting. Why talk so much? Should start doing live streams with. It's almost like I feel I lack some no, this is the wrong color. It has to be more reddish in the light there. Like this. This. Now you see how I'm doing this. Just trying to dissolve it, move back and forth. Yeah, that's good. It's better, way better. To make it come alive. And you have the tattoos underneath here. Underneath to here. So everything here just have to totally dissolve in many ways. And yeah. This and here. This is what I was talking about in the beginning. You just have to work like I did with the trees and in my impressionist painting on YouTube. So. Giddy up. This one goes from here. Yes. And they go back like this. Well, I guess you get the point. From a distance, it's really starting to look like something. So yeah, I'm just gonna keep banging on. Oh, you didn't see much of all of what I did. There it is. And yeah, sorry about that. Anyway. Okay. Yay! I'm gonna fill in the whole thing now. I'm just bored looking at it. I think the face and stuff here has become quite well. So I just want to get the surroundings done. And it's kind of a thing that goes pretty fast when I start. Just fill it in, as I say. Maybe I should use a bigger pencil. As you see, it's just totally rough. First I go in with just rough, just get it in there, and then I keep cleaning all the textures later. So see better. Maybe use a bigger pencil. This goes faster. See what I have. Here. Let's see, put the cap over here. Yeah. So for the now it's quite dark up there. So I just try to, maybe I should just start there and move down. But it has to be white in all of it. because if it's not, the white adds basically some substance to it. If it wasn't supposed to be anything, any wall there or anything, I would of course just not put white in it. That can tell some story. So it's going to take a while, but at some point I just tired of watching the empty space and I want to work more all over the place. There's a lot of textures in the background too. There's a lot of molding of the plaster wall feeling, as you can call it, plaster wall feeling. That comes if I now add thick paint with some medium in it today. And now it's actually 8 in the morning in Norway. My day and night is just totally screwed up. I don't have a good, I've been going to bed like 11, 12 in the morning and slept until nighttime. Then I start painting and just flow around. Having a fairly good time. I had a lot of pain earlier, but now I took some painkillers and really calmed down. So it's kind of inside here. There is an impingement in a way of the nerves and the muscles. Sometimes when I stand for a long time, it starts to really hurt. My foot gets heavy, but it will pass. I know it's a normal reaction after an operation like that, so it's going to be fine. I'm going to be fine. See, I'll just push in here thick, and that's a good thing about having a little bit of erfaring, as it's called in Norway. What's it called in English? Erfaring. I can't forget that word. Well, I have a lot, experience. I have a lot of experience, at least some experience. Erfaring is actually experience. So I know where I'm going. I know where I want to wind up. I also know that I want to, as I said earlier, work wet in wet, basically. Since I do that, I can actually just push in a lot of color. I also built some textures in the grounding, the gesso grounding, so I do get some of the plaster. Or it's actually a concrete wall with some paint over, but it's a lot of, it's old, so the paint has fallen off, so it gets a lot of textures and stuff to work with, and that is great. That gives me this thing that I love. It gives me painted textures. I was actually, people ask me why I haven't painted the wall, but I like it that way. I like it to be rough. I like to have some soul. So, yeah. And there's kind of here, it's kind of reddish. It has a lot of light right here and on the body. And here it's going to be very toned down. I'm going to pull and push these effects until I get that sculptural thing that I'm after. And I think it's going to become a nice painting in the end. Really looking forward to it. There's also a palette, half a palette coming in here. There's a palette here, which almost goes out. And I think I'm just gonna paint it a little bit more. Maybe I'll paint it so it goes out actually. This might be the smartest thing, just to follow the recipe. Up here there's a lot of textures in the plaster because a lot of paint have fallen off. There is a palette there, around here. And the nice thing about her tattoos is that she has used the same colors, all the beautiful complementary, clean colors, complementary colors, primary colors in the tattoos. So it gives me a lot to work with, and that is one of the reasons I also chose her as a model, because of these beautiful tattoos. So, yeah. Just painted. It's quite a big, this one. It's quite big. And we kind of balance the whole thing. So that's good. It's a little bit higher. Actually, it's up there. This one going up there. Like this. When you use old Holland paint like this, it's quite expensive, okay? But it's worth it, I think. So. Anyway, that is just circa, as it's called in Norway. Almost correct. Actually comes. The shadows goes almost here, and the distance from the shadows is like here, I think, something like that. So this one probably comes out here. As long as I get it's approximately right, it's fine. It doesn't matter now, anyway, that much. So, yeah. And that is not supposed to be green, it's actually reddish over here. It's more warm colors. And of course there are also green, more warm. More greenish. It's basically down here and here. Then it's more kaplak up there and the blue, and also on the sides. So I did it again, but okay. Every ounce of paint I put on it gives some extra textures. Brushwork. This is just like throwing clay onto a sculpture, just to get it in there, and then you go in and molding after that. A sculptor teacher in the art school, Krzysztof Narsilovsky or something, Narsilovsky. He died sadly, but only 60 years something strange. Anyway, he used to have very good control over his sculptures. He had some clay, and that clay was supposed to become the whole sculpture, and he tried not to deviate too much from that thing, and I think that is a very good idea to have some control over that, because I saw I remember a girl that was a student with me. She was building this sculpture or bust or face, and it just kept growing and growing and growing because she didn't have the skill to get it right. So it's very typical when you don't get things right that you start just adding more and more, or you make it bigger and bigger. For some reason, I used to do that myself, and in the end it just drew out of my hands in a way. It's silly. So it's better to get it right before you start adding detail and stuff like that. Control, put a little bit in. Actually supposed to be more reddish on some up there, so I guess I could spend a little bit more time to get at least the colors a little bit right. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep on painting for a while, and then I'm going back to you. Show you what I did. So, yeah. So, going a little bit further. Let me see. I have to get something more in here. So. There's going to be a palette here, so it kind of balances out, but it's like this, so like here actually, and yeah, this is called cold therapy because it's winter. It's a little bit cold in here. It kind of keeps me on the edge. That's a good thing. Pushing tomorrow I'm gonna keep on just adding more and more. See underneath. It's quite big actually. Yes. Now I just want to get in the basics today and work myself down. So light there. It's nice to have some greenish underneath. It kind of shines through. But what it's supposed to be is going to have a little bit more of krablak in it. I'm just going to pour in a lot of texture, a lot of so like this, yes. So I'm just going to work with the rest. Just get it in. And so yeah, it's about there actually. So that's good. There's also one palette over there. This is wrong. I just have to pour in some white here. Just get some color into it. Then I can mold in the other color after that. Because then I will start molding more in directions and stuff when I get everything in. So there's a lot of white now. Goes into this. I have this big thing here. I need to go and also buy some more color so I don't go empty. That would be not good. You might ask why I use this brownish thing underneath. You know, that wash with umber, and I'm painting over it white anyway. But it is basically to... I tried once or twice to paint directly on white gesso, but I personally don't like that because it's like when I start painting, think it's nice to start with you know, when I go in here and I put in white here, the silhouette of the wash underneath becomes kind of the object in the painting. If I didn't have that, I couldn't use this as a way to basically draw or mark places. It would be a double painting process where I have to first push it down and then I have to bring it back up again. I'll do basically the same thing both. So this is the way I prefer to do it. I see other people on YouTube has started doing the same thing. Maybe they picked it up from me, or maybe they just picked it up from other places. I've seen some that started doing that, and if I inspired someone to do that, that would be great. That's why I show you this, giving away my secrets. No question asked. Well, if you give away your secrets, you don't have many secrets, do you? No. My mother actually gets sometimes a little bit angry because I'm giving away knowledge that took me years to accumulate for free. Of course, I hope that some of you becomes patrons and maybe share my videos and help me with growing my new channel. But I don't take that for granted. Okay, sorry about that. I went out of, was not more battery. But that's fine, I guess. Just gonna pour in some more here now. Get this done. Get this over with. Keep. So. And then it's more suppressed again. I need these now. Reddish. Okay, no, some green down there, I think. Green. So, well, and then the last bit here. It's very reddish on this side, actually. Kind of liberating, making something bigger now. I have actually an enormous amount of unfinished paintings inside a room here, like 20 big ones that I started up 6 years ago. 6 years ago, and then I've just made new ones in between. And now I really need to get them started, but I needed to. Sometimes you need a fresh start. That is why I chose this one now instead of finishing one I had from before. See. You know, I'm painting way thinner here than I do here and there, because I also not just make a contrast in the neons and the hues and the colors, but also in the amount of texture I put in different places. It doesn't mean that you're not gonna give it a nice sense of textures and stuff in the dark places or lower places. But what you do is try to center things so you get the right light, and that is a balance you have to work with a lot. So yeah. So, and then it's a nice piece of hardware to that's a nice staffelé. See, there's a palette. About here, like this. And I kind of raise up the whole thing. It goes kind of right outside the canvas. That has annoyed me a little bit. But now I will just let it go out a tiny bit more. And So because it kind of weighs up the composition quite well, kind of balancing it. Some nice shadows here and stuff. Just this. That's a good thing when it's so wet. You can just mold the colors back and forth. And it's very liberating. No, I don't understand what is. Yeah, I think this should be up there. Yeah, this one is. I think this might be a little bit bigger. Not that way. Because the distance from this one to hit the shadow is. Yeah, I don't know. I figure it out. It doesn't have to be a perfect rendition of the photo. You just have to have kind of a good composition. So that's fine. I'll figure this out. I know that the shadow here is longer this way, so yeah, it's actually all the way over here. See that now? Because it's like basically the hair is coming down like this, and the shadow goes out there, over here, a little bit higher up, actually. Basically up there. So that solves that distance here. So that's fine. I'm kind of talking now, and I'm talking like I think when I try to solve problems. So I like to keep it loose. Now the colors in her is repeated in this, which is so great because you have a reddish here in the palette, and so nice actually. You have these cups, that's going to be very nice to work with. These two cups, because there's some shine in them. Stuff, it's nice to work with. There's some shadows. And yeah, there's a lot of things to take care of. And yeah, this is a little more like that. It's how strange how the eyes, how you can train your eyes to come to a point where you can just see things quite fast. I'm in my flow now, I can feel it, my eyes are just just, and that is basically, maybe that is too, it's kind of a feeling of hunting. It's almost like a feeling of running in the woods and hunting and shooting a bow and arrow as a kid and making my bombs and my grenades and my everything. It's like being a child. That's the thing I'm after, I think. This childish pleasure of solving problems and seeing things be created. It's such a great privilege actually to be able to have a job you can live live your life in this way. So, yeah, I feel very privileged actually. So, okay, that's cool. That is cool. Here are some. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, then I'm just gonna work for a while and see you in the next segment. So I can see the full. Didn't I? Yes, I did. Did get the whole thing. So that's how it turned out. Cool. Okay, as you can hopefully see, that I've been working around here for a while. I am doing, trying to get the right colors into the wall here and just build and build and build, as I've been talking about. Right around here is quite reddish, so I'm gonna make sure to get it into a more reddish hue, to white there. Now it's very thick and wet colors right now, so I just need to kind of add more color on top of that. And it's not that easy actually, because tend to mix in, but as I've been talking about earlier, it can actually be a good thing, because I get that rainbow thing going where many different colors mixes in. It's funny, I have a mistake in my I think it is in one of my lenses in this camera, because this is taken with a tungsten film with a RC Pentax RC 6.7 camera. So there is a line that always maybe it is a hole in the camera or something, but there's a light that always comes in, a stripe down like this, that is just light, and it always comes into my film actually. But I think it's quite cool to paint it in as a kind of a not commentary, but and this one is a little bit wrong too. This is the good thing, as you can see, by painting wet and wet. Basically just, it's like butter, it's like painting in butter, thick butter. Anyway, the point is, I was saying this, that I drag it like this. You don't want a brushwork that goes the same way. because that won't work. I want to drag it this way. So I think that was more like it, actually. Anyway, I'm going to concentrate around here because I'm going to build down here, and then I'm going to go over, start with the body and also do that, and then I do the rest around here, including the shadow, and then I just probably has to let it dry for a while. I'm going to use also tomorrow for this. Then I'm going to let it dry for a couple of, maybe 1 day, 2 days, so it gets a little bit more sticky. It's not going to be dry, just going to be sticky, because it's so, some places it's going to be dry, but, well, not dry, but you know what I mean. And then I will be able to start painting over it again. So that's the point. Now it's clear that the face is a little bit brighter than, it's almost the same actually. So first I will just drag it up into the light, and then I will start kind of pushing it a little bit down again. But, you know, yeah. And down here. Around the arm is very bright, actually. The arm is darker than the wall there. So I'm just going to do this, and then I go like this. Definitely need a new palette when I'm gonna work with the body, because this palette is getting very dirty or messy, and when I work with, sometimes it just becomes a little bit too messy, and then I need to change. It's very nice because there are a lot of colors in this. It is greenish, it is red, it is yellow, it is all kinds of colors, and that is what in the end will make it come alive. It's intense, putting all these colors upon each other, and in the end they will start basically acting like a rainbow in many ways. So I'll go over that again after this. See, just want to do a little bit more here. See how I drag it? There's a lot of colors in there, blue. So I'm using a lot of white now, so maybe I should actually buy myself some more white. Also, I have to go down to the store tomorrow and buy different colors. I'm burning through a lot of colors right now, so I also want to try to get that plaster feeling. Then I will when I let it dry a little bit, I will hold my pencils quite loose, and I will start kind of molding things like this. And this is what I'm talking about many times before. You just have to kind of let your hand, if you want to put colors on top of thick layers, you just have to hold your pencil lighter. There's also a cool spot on here, actually. Oh, something here in the wall. See, now I just, I don't know if you can actually see that, but I basically just mold it into, I'm gonna go a little bit closer so you can see. There's some dirt on the wall, and I just try to make it, this should be lowered down. Yeah. Oh no. Yes, it has to be lowered down, actually. I don't know why that is important, because nobody else can see it but me, but that is how I am, you know. So I will correct it. Then it gets a little bit dirty. But it's supposed to be down about shoulder here. It's supposed to be. So I'm using kind of earthy colors for that. Here, there is something in that concrete. You can see the concrete through the plaster on the paint. And it can also go over here, some spots here, and kind of follows this one. So that is how I kind of build up a more natural wall feeling, holding it, not that heavy, but there's a lot of stuff hanging, it's everywhere. And that is what I have to integrate after a while. I just have to work with these things more and more until it sticks. A bit kraplak in this one, a bit of red, and some kind of spot there. And some blue on top of it. Yeah. Now I don't want it to compete with her. That's quite important. This is so wet still. I do wish I had more time on this painting. It's what it is right now. And I will just go over it like this. It's like playing the piano. You just have to learn how to not just play the tangents or the keyboard, this is called in English. You also have to learn to understand pressure. Just take it away. It's easier. This is also a way to give it some kind of different feeling of plaster. Like this, maybe. Scraping it. Then some more brushwork on top of that again. And this is how I will mold the wall. And use your back on your pen, no, your pencil. You can use smaller pencils to make smaller brushwork, and it will all come together after a while into something that is the whole thing. And that is how to think when you paint. Now I'm going to go over to do something also more here, but I want to take this color and put it in a different palette, and clean this one. Because it's kind of getting very much dirtied up. See, now it's kind of starting to hang on the wall. Some spots of light. And this one. And this one. So get the palette. Yeah. Okay. So that is how I think when I build the wall. Okay. Yes. Okay. So working with all these things, and I'm working here now. I'm trying to get the hair, which is very cruise here, so I can actually get that into the kind of work with. Do like this and add more color, more paint, and then scrape into it again, paint over different brushworks like this to get that feeling that things goes over it and it kind of just slides into the background. Things are coming together. So in a way it becomes some sort of a micro impressionist thing. Now she has this beautiful bird on her arm. That is actually down here. So I need to adjust that hand or arm so it becomes right. What I do then is that I use the background, basically drag into it like this. And that way I also kind of get the line away. She's down here, and comes all the way down here, actually, down there, and like this. It's more like it. Maybe down here, and goes yeah. Arm goes a little bit more like this and basically out. just line it up now, and this hand comes out like here actually. Like this. This. At first I kind of line it up and then I go in and correct it. And here, this hand, this, yeah. I don't even know if you can see what I'm doing down there. No, you can't, so I will do like this. Makes it a little bit easier. I think I'm going to put in that nipple just for fun. Just like that. A little bit like this. With a little piece of yeah, it becomes more real. Also make this just kind of glide into one another. That, yeah, that was nice. If I have to say it myself. Okay. So that bird actually is here. She has this bird on her arm. The tail is here. And the legs along here. A little bit more out there. Still. This is why things become time consuming when you get deeper into it. You have to start adjusting things more and more. But I guess that's also what's fun. There's lights hitting right there. It's very good actually because it explains the shadow very well. And there's more shadow inside here. No. Here, just want to tone this down a little bit. Should actually use a better pencil. I'll just do like this first, kind of get something to work with. then her hips are so subtle. And so feminine at the same time. So they come kind of out here, gives her that schwung, that beautiful schwung. Yeah, there. It's gonna be fun to work with all the tattoos. She has flowers, lines, all flowers, flowers going up the thigh like this, down here. It's kind of a splash like blue. It's really fascinating. The green, actually there's some Prussian blue or Prussian green, and also at the navel actually. It's kind of splash here, almost like somebody has just thrown the colors on a psh. That was so fascinating for me to work with. Never seen such lovely tattoos before. So just amazing. And yeah, I have to place these things relatively correct. And just don't want to do too much big mistakes now in the beginning. There's even some yellow there. Pure yellow. And all this will create a very nice rainbow feel to it. It's going to be fun. Huh. Fascinating. Okay, just let me go a little bit closer to the arm there maybe. See what I can do there, so you can see what I do. I need some medium. Oh, I wish my foot didn't hurt. I thought I was finished with pain, but my luck, I guess. Keep on screwing up for myself, and sad really. See now, so what I do, there's a bird I know, so I have to create this arm going down like this. And there's light there. And like this. Just do like this. Drag it in. There's the PMO. It's too much. Like this and like that. Then I have to fill in the shadow so it looks more natural. And I go and look here. Small drop black and blue. Yes. Okay. This has to go a little bit more out. So this is how I work, you know. At first I see something, then I go like this, and I grab some more color, and I drag it like this. Also have to get this right. Press. See things in relation to one another. Try to get it fairly right. See now. Here. This. That bird later. I try to keep everything very open. I have to remember that because I'm a sucker for clarity, and it's not always that smart. Here. Then I will use some blue to tone it down. Tone it down like this. Then I bring it back up again with Kapluck. Always trying to keep the thing open. Not make it stiff. Stiff paintings are horrible. It's the worst thing. Even a lot of classical paintings are quite stiff. I can't stand stiff paintings. They have to be dynamic. And this is going to go out there. I see now. And this one is also wrong. Do you actually see what I'm doing now? No, I'm not. Like this. So you can see what I'm doing. I notice that I have to move this. I mean, it's so clear. This arm or hand is coming basically out here. Pinky. It's just that I have to see everything in relation to one another before I start pushing all colors in. This one goes basically straight down. That is also things my brain is tricking me to believe that this went out like this, because it's almost a cliche in my head, or it is a cliche in my head that tells me that, and it tells me the wrong thing. So that's things you have to be very aware of when you're painting. There's so many symbols in our heads for everything. You have to, the brain is desperately trying to make sense of things. So I think the brain is actually trying to minimize the data and trying to just make it seem rational, to make a sane kind of picture of the world. It can't possibly take in all information, and that is why when I paint, I basically put everything into compartments and I build it piece by piece, because it's very hard to see the whole thing. It's of course the wrong color. It should be more black and blue. Should actually tone it down like this and then bring it back up. It's easier that way. And I have to remember she has 5 fingers. It doesn't have to be perfect right now, it just has to be kind of rational. Okay. There. I'm going to do some work on that hand, and I need to start doing live streaming. This one's going to be difficult to understand, because I have to use a mirror to figure that one out. Okay. Then, since I put it down, I'm just going to start basically drag it up again. She also has this pearl thing around her over there. So pinky. Well, I think it's a better place now, so I'll just keep on working for a while and then I get back to you. Okay, definitely a few hours later, to put it mildly. I am working with all my, starting to work with the body and the details around here, and also going to go over some of the background before I'm done today. I actually have to send a photo of it to my gallerist, so I'm just going to try to get in some of the important stuff and then see how it turns out. So yeah. So, yep. Just to get it to look a little bit finished. Of course it's not finished by far, because now I'm starting to work with all the beautiful details, or not yet actually, nuance details all over, and yeah, so that's what I'm doing. Has this pearl thing around her hand too. I think I'm gonna to do that is a little bit stupid, because I kind of need to know basically that I have the right place. But then again, I could change it if I need to. So, yeah. So, I'm going to try to get this up a little bit. As you can see, there's also a little bit of green in there. It's cold in here. Ooh. I think it's good for me right now to have it a little bit cold, because I'm gonna produce a lot of brown fat and burn some calories and gain some weight, so I need to lose it again. and that's a good way to lose it, I think. Okay. Oh. Yes. It's nice to have this round pencil actually. Okay. I have a lot on my mind today, so I go a little bit silent. So just have to be away. Kind of in a battle, the battle of my life. So it makes you go a little bit quiet. Let's see. Just going to do some on the hand. It's quite nice. I should use more of these. It's very good to work with. I'm going to work a lot with the hands as I progress. Right now I'm going to do some more on the body here. Actually, I don't need my glasses today. I've been eating much sugar, so I've been fasting a little bit. And when I do that, actually my eyesight gets better. There is no doubt about that at all. Kind of a strange thing to see, but it's true. Fasting leads to, if you stabilize your blood sugar, it will actually lead to better vision. And that is one of the things also that goes shit if you eat too much sugar. It is actually your vision is one of the things that go. So yeah. I said or medium. It's the same process, but as I add more detail, the process becomes more and more focused, and yeah. smaller and smaller brushwork. Skin tone is now Kaplak and what's it called again? Is Naples Gill Extra, Naples Yellow Extra. I use that a lot when it comes to my my skin colors, because I can actually drag it to the red, I can drag it down to the blue, down to the green. It is kind of a greenish, yellowish color that can be manipulated all the different ways I need it to be manipulated. So, yeah. Okay. Okay. So, it's quite nice, huh? She has a lot of huge tattoo here on her stomach. It just slides right into her color or her skin. And that will of course take some time to get right. So I just give it a kind of feeling of it. She has some green here on her navel, there's some blue. There's a butterfly here actually. There's a lot of butterflies, she's a butterfly girl. I have butterflies too. So beautiful, and also very difficult. So, it's almost like somebody has just thrown it on her. Maybe that's actually what they did, they just threw it like that, and because it's so organic, organically done that you should almost think that they have thrown some ink on her and then just taken away some of it and repeated the shapes that landed as a coincidence. Because getting natural things to happen like this is difficult if you are controlling the process. Nature is making the most beautiful shall we say, yeah, the most beautiful shapes and structures and stuff. And it's very hard to repeat it, get it equally natural if you try. But then again, if you do work over a long period of time, chaos takes over, and if you keep repeating, it will become more and more like a natural pattern. But it's time consuming, and yeah, it's not for them. For people who wants a short buzz, wants things to happen at once, it's not really for them. Time is of the essence, as they say, and nothing is more true than in painting. So yeah, hope you get something out of that. I'm gonna focus a little bit. I'm gonna do, after a while I want to start doing more close-ups and stuff, so you can actually see what I'm doing. But for now, this is it, and see. So, I've been working with a face for a while, and the strange thing is that in the photo, the colors in the photo is acting differently than in the painting. Of course, that's natural, but they are actually more the same colors in reality than they are here. in the camera. So here this looks more yellowish and this looks more reddish, but actually they are more the same in reality. That's kind of a strange thing. Anyway, I just wanted to say that, and I will keep on bang on. I'm a little bit more into okay, I'm trying to avoid actually going into too much detail, because that is a very different process. I want, as I said in the beginning, I want to keep this open and keep this on the more impressionist level. It's also because of time and also a choice I make in this painting. But I think it's kind of getting quite nice now, and yeah. So it's starting to look like her. If I'm going to, let me see, that was too much. If I'm going to go deeper, it is a different process. I can't really throw in that much color at once. I need to kind of hold it back a little bit. But when I do it more sketch-like this, I can actually go into it with a little bit more color and textures and stuff. So and I also don't want to become too manic, that I start to screw things up and stuff like that. So, yeah. I think the lips has become quite nice. Just very nice lips. Kissing lips, as they call. Mm-hmm. I was also going to actually print out some new prints, work with a ton of different colors, but they didn't have, the store I usually buy my print color didn't have what I needed until Monday, and that is too late, so I just have to go with what I have. That's fine, really. Doesn't really matter that much. It's so little that can actually screw it up a little bit, and after a while I'm getting really, as usually, that is a problem with, in the beginning it's such a, it gives all the time, and it's open, and it's not that stressful. But as you kind of evolve the painting, it becomes more and more difficult, more and more demanding, and every step takes more and more time, and yeah. Now I want to do some more around here, so I'll zoom out a little bit, maybe. No, that's not necessary. Do something with the hair and stuff. See, I've also started to paint in the tattoo and stuff. So also I want the hair to feel a little bit more natural, so I have to paint in basically the background. That's what I do. Just first I go in like this, as I showed you before, and then I try to go over that again, like this. And you just go back and forth like that. And in a way you just suddenly start building something more natural. Yeah. That's Van Dyke brown. Van Dyke. It's a very nice color because it has some blue in it. I really enjoy it. I feel it has some blue in it. I don't know if that's totally correct, but that's my feeling of the Van Dyke. The background has also dried a little bit, so I can add more color now in the background. That was a little bit too high, I think. As I said before, it doesn't have to be a perfect rendition. I don't even know if I need the glasses now. No. Just need to get some. See. It's to be a little bit. A little bit more lights hitting it, hitting the wall. For the next 2 days I have to work like 24 hours on this to finish it. So I'm just gonna put myself into the 0 zone and just go into it with all of myself and try to finish it. That's the best I can do for myself. Yeah. actually zoom out a little bit so you can see it. So maybe a little bit like this, and zoom in. I guess it's quite interesting for you to see. So what I'm doing here. Get some more life in the hair. And now I'm using my more brownish colors, like the Van Dyke and Kraplak, and I very much like to mix the French ultramarine blue and Kraplak and Van Dyke brown in shadows like this. I think it gives a very nice and deep, more natural color. Also, there are some light areas there. Then I need a little bit more reddish down here. No, I was wrong. I just need to find that tone. Yeah, I think that was more like it. Yeah, some light there. Also down here. The good thing is about when you paint in wet and wet, you can push, as I said before, you can add a layer and then you can go on top of that again, put in more, you can push it down. And that is how I kind of mix and do things on the canvas, instead of mixing everything on my palette, which is not meaningful all the time. I also paint very dry now to make it stick. I'm not gonna try to paint in every curl, that is just not possible here. And not a goal in itself either. I also have to focus on not letting my eyes trick me to think that things are more bright and stuff. Yeah, that's, you see, you can make things come alive. Also just scraping in. You see, Rembrandt did a lot of these things, and painted, like you put on a layer to get natural, you go in like this, and so many things you can do to make it come more alive. Just putting in some texture, despite it being dark. So you actually feel there is something inside there. Also some of the light is actually reflected in the hair. Some of the blue from the wall. Actually, most of it has dried. Not here actually, because that's cool. That's cool. I'm gonna build out that more anyway. It's kind of a, what is it? It's a kind of greenish type of color. Very bright. How bright is it? It's always hard to figure out. You see it in the Sick Child by Edvard Munch. You can really see the love of painting. How he has been working with the motif, with the colors and the textures in such an intense way. And that is basically also why it's so disappointing for me to see Edvard Munch's later works, which I think is just a bunch of sketches, where it seems almost like he didn't love what he was doing anymore. Maybe he was depressed, maybe he felt that life had passed him by or something. But I feel I can see that in his paintings, the later paintings, when he was just doing a lot of what I would call rough sketches. You look at a Sick Child, the painting of a sister when she perished from tuberculosis. There's such love, there's such intense love in the brushwork, and just an intense presence. It's unbelievable actually, and it kind of disappeared as he got older. It makes me sad actually. They say he did say no to love. It was a woman he was in love with, but he felt he couldn't be free enough to be a painter if he should have his focus on this woman. And I think that cost him dearly. Because loving someone, I think that can be a plus. Now, I don't have a girlfriend, but I wouldn't say no if I fell in love with someone just for living out the artist cliche. Then again, I don't care if I'm gonna live my life alone. It's not that important. But I mean, if you were in love and you said no to it, and then you can't really connect with your paintings, that must be a very hard thing to bear. So I don't know what came first. This is just my view. It's not an objective truth, and that is very important to say. It's just my feelings when I see the later works of Edvard Munch. I think it's just too fast and furious. It's just sketches. And it's very typical for a person who can't connect with the next layers, that maybe just paint because he needs this short buzz every day of creating something, and having great problems getting into the depth of every painting or every object, which I think is the most important thing. Again, it's just my opinions. Other people will probably think the totally opposite. Oh, we were such a expressionist and so rough, and yeah, but I think it's a sign of losing contact. So, anyway, medium. Pencil. This one. Put some on there. You do something with the lights in here. I look horrible in this light. I think 30.30 centimeters. It's a very nice format. It isn't that big that you feel like you're drowning, but it's also big enough to kind of, you have to make a real effort. So I think it's very nice. And then with the frame it becomes like 150.150. Because I'm using very nice framing on my paintings. So here, I painted first some red, then I went in with a yellow, and next layers I might put on some blue, and that is how I do it. I go on top of, you see here, now I go in with blue. So now these colors are kind of mixing together in a more impressionist way, and yeah, now this is more sticky, so I can also use the thing that hasn't dried yet to get that effect. So yeah, I might just paint this to a certain point, put out the video, and then if I don't sell it in this exhibition, I might just take it back and just keep working on it and bring it up to a higher level. But I have another one too. I'm going to paint of the same motif, just that I want to paint her real size, and it will be more in a landscape format, not square. as I create that. This, and you see the wall behind there. I take a step back, and yeah, voila, it's okay. Okay, that was 26 minutes. My videos always becomes quite long, especially when it's things like this, because but I also think I'm going to start doing some short versions of my videos, so you can actually see, and I can talk about different topic, like make a 10-hour video down to like 15 or 20 minutes, where I show textures and I show some parts of my painting process, and maybe a little bit of what's it called, fast forward time lapse. So I mix it all together and try to teach myself how to actually make videos, because you know my videos are quite crude. I just put the camera on and I keep painting and I keep ranting, and hopefully you pick something up. Let's see, I'm going to put in a highlight on the breasts just for fun. See how it comes out just with that little highlight. You see that? I think also it is a little bit, that's difficult, these nipples, or not, what is around the nipples. It's always difficult to get right. And every nipple is a little bit different. Okay. There's more. My highlight here. Yes. Just kind of let it glide over. Red. Now, very thick colors here now. I haven't held back. There's a lot of textures. You know, when I'm painted small, I needed to learn to hold back the textures because I went too far a couple of times. And then I had to scrape it down. But when it's bigger like this, I can actually have a little bit more freedom to go a little bit bananas with it. I think that maybe. It's such a subtle thing, because I have an eye for what seems natural, and some. Okay, ready for some tattoo painting. Just gonna zoom in a little bit here, and I will start doing it. Start with a little bird. The arm here. So how do I do this? It's a good question. I will, when it comes down to details like that, you have to be a little bit more careful to get it right. And you don't want it to stick out too much. So you need to be careful with the hues, and it's going to be, it's down here, so I guess it's around, yeah, it's around, oh, wait a second, I need to do something else first. I saw there was some maybe some difference in the arm. Got a little bit more down, a little bit more in here, a little bit more in, so I don't paint things on the wrong place. Try to get it right the first time. So, I think that looks quite okay. I also kind of drag it over so I get this line away. Then I can enhance it a little bit with the drawing of the tattoo. It's a tattoo of a bird. I think it's a mockingbird, maybe. But it has the beak the other way, so you can't really see that well that it's a bird, except from the legs. So, and also, you know, when it's so, this painting is quite dissolved or impressionist painted, thick layers, and I can't overdo the details too much anyway, because then there would be a discrepancy between the clear painted tattoos and the rest of the painting. So just gonna be quite loose. And also a good excuse, since I'm out of time soon. So I can say this, I have a kind of an alibi to do a lousy job. And I'm kind of kidding. Yeah. I have to think, how would Rembrandt painted tattoos? Would he painted them clear, just spraying water, or would he do them more impressionists? What would Rembrandt do? What would Vermeer do? I think Vermeer would actually have painted them very, very detailed. And you have that German artist that I always forget the name of, just painting these extremely huge photorealistic paintings, which I think is extremely impressive. But he's not using textures. You don't put in the thick layers like I do. It's like this thick with paint here now. He is keeping it down, and of course he's using basically the same technique. It's just that he keeps every height or texture on a micro level, which I just go in with a shovel basically and go all the way, and that is how I like to paint. As I've said before in this video, I'm going to paint this motif one more time, bigger, with her looking out, and that's going to be a more, I'm going to try to go even more photorealistic in that one. I might also have this in an exhibition, which is coming up now. I have to deliver it on Thursday, tirsdag. And if it doesn't get sold, I can just get it back and I can do some more touch-up work after the fact. So it's quite expensive paintings. I do sell them, but it's not every day. And my gallerist is kind of focusing more on keeping the gallery going than every single artist. So he doesn't really focus solely on my paintings. I used to have galleries, two galleries that did that. Sadly they put on the gallery, and well, the woman is still doing some work for me. But it's easier for galleries to sell paintings when they have a great gallery in the best part of the city, and rich people go back and forth and see these in the window or in the gallery. And I'm not a good salesman myself. I'm not able to sell myself in any way. There are artists that actually are quite good at that, like the Norwegian artist Vebjørn and people like that, but sadly I don't have that gene, or necessary narcissism or something, I don't know. Actually, Vebjørn is a nice person, so I don't mean to talk down on him. He's actually a good person. It's my impression anyway. So, but he has a lot of, yeah, he's a little bit of a, not necessarily narcissist, but he kind of looks, I think he likes his own paintings way more than I do, to put it mildly. And I think that can be even a problem if an artist actually starts liking his own work too much. They tend to, or if they don't evolve the necessary self-critical introspection, the self-regulating Donald Duck, you know, the one with the angels. Yeah. Okay, that was the bird's ass. And I want to try to make it melt better into the skin. Just have to kind of go over it like this, just loosen it up and make it just melt. So, some nice yellowish in here. This is very time-consuming work because I only film small parts of my work from many hours that I don't film because I can't actually. If I could post like 100-hour videos or 200-hour videos, I think I would actually, and people could see how long it actually takes. I don't know, it takes more than that. I haven't taken the time, but I think if you think probably a few 100 hours on every painting like this. And it also depends how much you screw up. And that's nice, huh? Yeah. Then I want to go down here. Just going to leave this like it is now. I'm going to go over it more tomorrow or later today, or tonight actually. So, yeah. I'm just going to try to get in roughly all the drawings, so I can just touch it up later. Yeah. Okay, see if I can maybe focus a little bit closer. Stomach. So a lot of things happening here. A lot of beautiful things. She has a lot of butterflies, and I think I have a butterfly too, and a bee. That's so funny, we have kind of the same taste in tattoos. So it's going to take a few hours to draw all these tattoos, and then loosen them up. Doesn't matter if it was drawn in the beginning, because I will loosen them up as I go along when I get the drawing relatively good. As I say, I'm not a photorealist, so it won't be totally photorealistic. And of course the tattoos will deviate a little bit from the photo. I mean, I'm not a copy machine, I'm a human being. And it's basically, I would say it's basically impossible. That is why I think that German guy I've been talking about maybe are using a projector when he lines up. At least he gets the main lines in. Like if I use a projector, I only need to do some points. Or I didn't need to do all the details, but I need to just get the main distances and main drawings real. But I don't do that. I sincerely think it's cheating. Because I'm cheating out of some of the basic reason why I paint in the first place, which is the challenge, to challenge me. I mean, if I should seek always the easiest way, it would be meaningless. If I use the projector, the whole point with my painting would, not the whole point, but a lot of the point with my painting would actually disappear. The challenge, I would make it easier for myself, and I'm not into that. I don't want to make it easier for myself. I want to get better, and I want to get better in an honest way. I don't want to say, oh, I'm using a projector because I'm such a good artist anyway and I get more done. I've heard people say that, and these are people who actually aren't that good in painting. And they have tricked themselves into believing so, and they never get better. And that is the narcissism I'm talking about when it comes to artists. Please get your fucking feet back on the ground and do something difficult. Challenge yourself. Life is short. You should challenge yourself on every level. Mentally, physically. It's easy to go. It's like you say in the path to the dark side is the easy way, as it says in Star Wars. And it's so true. The path to the dark side is actually the easiest way. It gives the short buzz, it gives you instant gratification, it doesn't really challenge you that much because you are doing it the easy way. But then in the end you will be conquered by your own mediocrity. You will be conquered by, I mean, look at evil people who do evil things. First of all, they are not happy. They do not feel happy. How can a child molester feel happy? How can a murderer, a person who is smuggling heroin, be happy? How can a person who is cheating and stealing and not doing his own thing be happy? They are not happy. Maybe they are psychopaths. Usually the worst people are probably psychopaths, so they don't really feel it at all. They only feel the short buzz of basically they only feel, that's my hypothesis anyway, or theory, they only feel dopamine high, so they can feel the acknowledgement they get in the exhibition, or they can feel the high they get by treating others like shit, like people who buy sex and stuff like that. How can you feel good after abusing another person's horrible situation, because that is the truth. There is no such thing as a happy prostitute. How can they actually feel happy after that? It is because they don't feel happy. They only feel pleasure, short buzz. And that is not happiness. Happiness is something that comes to you when you challenge yourself, when you really, really engage with yourself on every thinkable and unthinkable level. So, yeah. Now this became a rant, and I probably said it before. And that is how I am. I jump from painting to philosophy because there aren't really any, you can't separate one thing about the human nature from another thing. And there are things that can be described as the good life and the bad life. And the good life comes from basically what the Stoics did say, from flow, not from another woman in your bed or another. It comes from the beauty of creating something, and then everything else that follows that feels good. Good food, good sex, good interaction with people, everything that or else that follows is a bonus, just a bonus. But the real happiness comes from painting. No, not painting, but flow, creative work. How you go deep and deeper and deeper into yourself. And that was actually that was why I fell in love with painting. Because it put me in the same flow that I had when I did creative things when I was a child. Yeah. And for a few years when I was young, it was just about, working as a welder and chasing girls, short buzz. And then I found back to the child through painting, through my art. So yeah. But it also has some profound side effects, which is important to understand. If you become conscious and you fall in love with deep introspection, deep sense of being, there is no way back. You will also get more problems. So it's basically a choice. Do you want to live on a superficial level, live the basically happy life, or do you want to live? The thing is to make the best into the thing that makes you happy. So, yeah. At this point in my life, I actually, when I see a bad TV series, I watched some of the Mandalorian, some Star Wars spin-off, and it's so badly written that my body and my brain actually hurt after seeing it. and I used to be able to drown myself in bullshit like that, just to escape. But now, it just hurts. It's empty. And I see it, and I basically feel it. I feel the emptiness of not being in the moment, and yeah. So, go for the flow, go for the beauty, go for what's real. That's my advice as an artist. So, see you in the next segment. Stay cool and keep. Okay, here. I am now going to do the last touch up on the face for this. I might, as I said before, come back to it later when I have when it has been in the exhibition, if it's not sold. So there's two possibilities. Painting gets sold, or I will have a video number 2, which will be a touch-up video, or a video where I go from the result I get now in the next 2 days to but you know, it doesn't really matter what's important is that it is good as a standalone painting, and I do think I have managed to stick to my plan and keep it quite open, and the brushwork has done its duty. And it's quite subtle, quite a nice painting, and I should be pleased with it, because also I haven't been painting something this big, this fast in a long time. So it's nice to see that I still got it, still have it in me, and I'm ready for more. That's kind of a stupid thing to do, what I did there. That's the thing. At this point there is almost nothing the difference between success and totally fucking up is just so small. I need to be really careful, and yeah. Use some micro glazing. It's also a little bit harder now because the layers aren't that dry. Usually I would have let the layers dry more between the layers, but here it is basically wet and wet, and yeah. Okay. Yes. She's such beauty. I'm doing now is just touching it up, trying not to add too much, too little. Maybe I should zoom in a little bit so you can see what I'm doing. Now this is totally dissolving when I'm touching it. And that is a danger zone, because I don't want to stand here for like 8 hours because I do something wrong. So I have to be really careful. I just want this kind of a shadow there. There's not much, just a slight difference. Being on a deadline can be a very good thing many times, because it really makes you want to focus, makes you focus. There is no doubt, and then in a kind of a short period of time to give yourself some challenges that is quite difficult to manage. It's a very good way to get started again. So now her lips are beautiful, beautiful. Yes. Sometimes you just have to prove to yourself that you are capable of doing something difficult. I had some people telling me, oh, I'm so scared of this and I can't really do this anymore because I'm scared of going so big or whatever. You know, think big. Okay. Think like you're gonna conquer something, and it's gonna be difficult, and just go. If big seems scary, that is exactly you should do. Failure is basically guaranteed. And when failure is guaranteed, you learn to accept it. You learn to accept the struggle. If you never try to push yourself or you make excuses, you're never going to be able to create something special. Something that is a little bit more than average. So try not to be scared of pushing yourself out of the comfort zone, because that is where you learn, and that is in everything in life. Get your ideas challenged. If you're a religious person, seek information that challenge your own beliefs. If you're an atheist like me, challenge yourself by reading scripture, getting to know what you don't believe in. I mean, it's all about the challenge. If you can muster, if you can actually tackle that being challenged on all levels, you will become a better human and you will become a better painter. So, and that is real open-mindedness. People are saying, oh, you're not open-minded because you don't believe in healing. Well, you have to understand that I would absolutely like to believe in healing. Nothing would be better than if you got sick, you could just pray to some God and suddenly you are okay. But reality just seemed to suck, both for the religious and the non-religious. And that was actually an observation the church did during the plague, because the death rate were basically the same both among the religious and the non-religious. And since the religious were praying all the time, it seemed strange that it actually didn't work. Now this is a rant, but you know what I mean. Challenge yourself, and on every level. So that was my point. Was that nice? Say yeah. Start to look a little bit like her, huh? Doesn't it? Say yeah. Go a little bit closer. Now the colors are so off. It's almost depressing. But I just have to live with it. I should have maybe had a different hue in the video. Anyway. That's how it is. Yeah. Thinking out loud. So it's all the way in here. Strange, because I feel that the first sketch is so open and dynamic, and it's almost like I just keep on killing it more and more and more every time I paint. I start to get more and more ruined, worse and worse. But you know, I'm not pleased with only making sketches. It's not me. I need to go all the way. And that is where the problem starts. You know, you go beyond. And beyond your own skill wall, where it becomes difficult. And yeah, it's gonna be harder. That is the nature of things. So I just accept that and keep on banging on. There's nothing more to do with that. Yeah. Now I should do a little bit with the hair. It's very dry now, so it's hard to see. That's kind of a problem when you paint with oils, that brushwork and stuff tend to become quite, they tend to become darker. No, I mean dry, and you can't really see the colors that well, and that is sometimes a problem. But just gonna loosen it up. That's the way I do it. I just cross over like this, make it more natural, make it fall in. This one, the lip goes a little bit more out. So it comes kind of more out like that. So details like that makes the whole thing. And it's very scary when you are a little bit out of time, because it takes nothing to, as I say, to kill it. Zoom a little bit, maybe, so you can see what I mean. See here, the lip comes out like this. Wasn't so bad actually. I think I hit it quite well. Just have to put some light in there. Yeah, that was quite nice. There's the line that goes a little bit more down here, and then this one. I'm looking forward to do these things very big, in just this nice shape there in the face. Looking forward to painting more landscapes actually, and more of these beautiful paintings that I do. And a rough, very rough actually, last 5 years. And this year turned out to be, I guess, the best and the worst. On the scale of getting to know myself, it was the best year ever. On the scale of complete tragedy, it is on scale 9.5. And I have possibly more coming my way. But then you have to think, what would Marcus Aurelius Seneca have thought? Well, life's a wager, life's a challenge, life just evolves. And as you say, memento mori, we will all die someday, and there aren't many things that can actually compete with the fact that you are fucked. So, yeah, and I think it's very important to have times in your life where you have to struggle, because it always, very often anyway, makes people into a better human being. And at least I think I was just laying and resting a little bit, and I was thinking about if I could jump back to when I was like starting in my 20s, when I started to go to drawing school in 1989. A hyperactive, kind of self-centered womanizer, thinking about girls all the time, and party, and fun, and everything was so easy. If I could go back there and be that person, the feeling of being that person, because I remember how that person was, I know exactly what I was and how I was thinking and stuff, and it is almost like you would just, if I could go back and be that person, it was almost like being, almost turning off my existence. It would be like I just turned off everything that makes me me. There would be almost a black hole of non-consciousness. So yeah, would I go back? I wish I could tell myself to exercise a little bit less and maybe not almost become an alcoholic in art school or after art school. I would warn myself, but then again, if I didn't have all these downfalls, it still wouldn't be me. So if I actually could walk back to cat and do some of the things all over again, I don't even know if I would, because the things I have done wrong, as I said many times, made me who I am. So yeah. Okay, see what I'm doing. Is that nice? Was it too much? Is this right? Is this wrong? More white there. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Huh. Mm. There's a shadow under there. This is why these things take so much time. Because you have to just keep on going over them again and again, adding more and more, until it becomes what you are looking for. And yeah, maybe that was nice. Anyway, I'm going to keep on painting a little bit, and hopefully I won't screw it up. And I see you in the next segment. I'm going to work more with tattoos and the body and this, and then I'm going to go over it, the whole thing, with textures and shadows and more of the palettes and stuff like that. So hopefully I won't screw it up, and I will be able to finish it. And feel that I at least achieved something good. I'm trying to put in details without killing it. That is not easy. And we don't want lines. And if we don't want lines, we have to use what is in behind to create what's in the front. At least she has quite nice lips now. I will take this and we'll drag it down under there. And then I will tone it down with some crap lack. And yeah, also you know, the one thing takes the other thing that takes the other thing that takes the other thing, and in the end you can't really stop. There's always another stage, always another thing you can do, but it just has to be for another day. Or another painting. Because as people say, nobody else sees the difference anyway. just me and my angst for not being good enough. That's the whole thing. Okay, gonna do some leg tattoos. I'm gonna try to get this in before I fall asleep. Been working now for basically 12 hours on and off. And I'm really enjoying myself, so that's good. Yeah. This thing is going back and forth a lot because I can't really decide totally how it is. So eyesight is better, and that's a good thing. Surprising, really. So maybe let's get some red in there. Okay, I'm gonna draw first a little bit because I want to. It's easier for me to fill it in. It's almost like the tattooists actually do. Let's see, here and here. There's a leaf. Goes through here, down, goes into the shadows. Of course it will not be perfect, it's just what I can possibly do freehand. And this up here, splish splash, something here, down like this. Okay. This. Goes up here. Some blue. Especially like this one, it's kind of it's a flower here, middle of her leg like this. It is the, I mean, the most beautiful thing about painting is the fact that my brain is so concentrated, and you just totally engage with this. It's very hard to explain. Okay, I'm talking about that all the time, and you just have to do it yourself. I would recommend if you are a little bit hyperactive like me, a little bit, it is basically the best thing you can do. Get yourself into flow. Get yourself a creative hobby. It's the best thing there is. The curb or take off the most of the restlessness. Oh, it's cool. It's cool. Bing. There's a flower. There's one. There's one. There's a splish splash. There's a flower. And the rod goes all the way down like this. All the way down onto the knee. And you have some flowers here. And a flower here. Yeah. And then I will kind of fill in. I think maybe this should be a little bit higher. Maybe. Maybe. Yes. The good thing is when I paint for hours upon hours, I forget to eat. It's the best diet ever. This one. Splish splash. There's a drop. Usually it's a little bit higher. There's a drop here. I wonder how they did this. It's so brilliant because it just seems like somebody took a lot of color, just threw it on her. I've said that many times, I know. Sorry for being so boring. So there's a lot of tattoos here. It's hard to see how it is in the dark there. Zoom a little bit. Why is it so yellow? So annoying. Huh. I need to change one of my here. This one. It's about here. Can you hear the silence? The only thing I hear right now is some ringing in my ears. It's so nice. My brain is so silent right now. It's just great. Oh. See, this is what's called flow. I know it must be tedious to kind of follow my channel. This is why it's not that popular, because my videos are just to the point. Oh, not to the point. It depends how you actually look at it. Yeah. But this is how it is to be a painter. It takes a long time. Maybe every single video should be like the maximum time, and then I can make a shorter version with a voiceover or something, so people can actually get their 10 minutes quick fix. Because that's what most people want. They want to learn how to paint in 5 minutes. They don't want to use days, hours on it. I think it's even more important to learn how to think, not just paint. So, and there are some people who likes my videos. I need this to become more white, like this. Okay. So. Okay. There's so much happening. So many colors. So much blue. Greenish, bluish. Splish splash. All over here, just like this, and also here. I'm going to paint her again on a gigantic painting, and I'm going to go so deep into detail. It's going to drive me fucking insane. I'm going to create something so stunning. Okay. No, no, no. No, 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 no. So. And so. So. Here. This. yeah. Actually, it's like that. Something new every day. So you have to correct things all the time. As I said in the beginning, that's how it is. When I paint like this, you just have to keep correcting, keep adding. New. It's a shame really, because this photo is so beautiful, but I did a little bit mistake in the composition. I should have had a little bit more of the legs in this painting or in this photo that I use. And that is how it is. Sometimes you just don't see it when you do it. Also, when I do photos of such beauty, I tend to, it's basically my head boils over, and I also go into this flow frenzy. And then I do some mistakes in the composition, but it's nice anyway. And yeah. Give it a little bit more shape here. Oh, can do that later. Well, you get the point, I hope. I'll do more on the tattoos and stuff later. I think I have gotten some of the main things in now, so I can just move on to do some of the background. To go over that a few hours. Then I need to get some sleep, and then I will do some more all over painting, and before 12 tomorrow I need to, no 12, let me see, yeah 12 tomorrow. Now it's actually 1 in the afternoon, and I have been painting since 11 last night, I think. And that is what happens when I try to finish a painting and I'm a little bit out of time. I just go crazy. And yeah. So that's cool. It's very yellow. Why is it so yellow? Anyway. Okay, here we are. I'm working with the surroundings, and I think it's actually becoming quite okay at this point. Also going to go over certain parts of it, I don't even think I need these right now. My eyesight is better, that's good, which means I've been sleeping, been eating the right kinds of foods, so yeah, I need to loosen up this a little bit, like this, here, and then I take the kraplak and actually Van Dyke brown, kraplak and ultramarine, and I go over that again, try to get it to become more kind of open, or what do you call it? Open? Not open. That's wrong! Natural, maybe? Yeah, this was here, here, and here. I don't use much medium now. I basically do very dry. And there's a good reason for that. It is because of the clay thing I've been talking about. That's a color that has this clay type of texture, and I can add layer upon layer. I just want to open it up a little bit, make it seem a little bit more natural. So that might be better. I can do some black here and give it a third of this. Back again. This. I like these round and very nice to work with. Get some distance. Now it's okay, fine, because I can hold this here. Actually my eyesight's better. How lovely. When I fast every day and stay away from sugar, been saying that many times, my eyesight becomes incredibly better. There's no doubt about that at all. So I want to recommend that. Try it out. If you're an artist and your eyesight is kind of gradually getting worse, trying to cut down on the carbs, especially starch, especially bread, pasta, and you can still have some carbs with the veggies and some fruit, but stay away from bread and of course pure sugar and stuff like that, and your eyesight will actually become better. Makes your brain work better. And fuck. No. Actually, do I good as it is. Now I want to clean it up a little bit. I'm working with the whole thing. I also want to work with the shadows and more around here. And I have to send this away to my gallerist before 12. And now it's like 3:30 in the morning in Norway. So in a few hours I will actually send this up to my gallerist. And there's a Christmas exhibition. So it's going to be nice to be in. And I made this painting for many reasons. I had some problems getting my shit together, and I thought, okay, let me test myself and see if I could do this painting in a shorter amount of time than usually. And I think I managed to do it. And I'm kind of a little bit proud of myself with this. It has become a beautiful piece. And in these Corona times, sales could also be a good thing, because we artists do not have this much security. And yeah. But a painting like this will be sold sooner or later anyway, so it's not really a problem. I'm going to do something with the palette, as you can see. So give it some. I love how I have many palettes. It's like a diary in a way. Also like the textures. And a palette is when you paint on it for a long time, it gets all these beautiful structures and textures, just like painting. And I really love it. So I think I should make one video where I paint one part when I paint the palette, and just do some work around first, because I'm also going to give it more life in here. Make it come alive, like me. I feel alive when I'm painting. Life turns, just pull out this I have to explain it. I tried to explain it all the time. I talked about it 10 times in this video already. The pleasure. The pleasure. Le pleasure. I'm gonna make a palette making video part here. So I'm also gonna explain what I use in colors when I do it, so that can be a segment in itself. I'm just going to clean up a little bit around here, and also have to work a little bit on the tattoos down there. It is kind of, not kind of, the painting right now, it is a little bit it's too many things happening all over the place. So the important thing is to, okay, it's a very rough, here it is thick colors, it is just, it is built, if I see it from the side, the breast is basically sticking out of the paint of the canvas, and it has turned into this relief, and that is exactly what I like to do. I'm not interested in the introvert paintings where everything is inside and there's a nice motive in there with the right light. I want it to be way more sculptural, come out and get you. That is my goal. So yeah. Okay. So what I'm doing now is just basically cleaning up and also adding in more textures in the wall. The thing is, as I said probably in the last segment, that things dry, and today it is a little bit hard for me to see all the nuances in the paint, because some places it is dry, some places it is not, and it leaves me kind of sort of anyway painting a little bit in the blind. Because usually I would let it dry for a week or two, or maybe more, or a week or a few days when I put in thick colors, and then I would put a glaze on top and or a retouche vernis, so that I can see all the nuances where they are placed. Now I think this is quite, I look at it myself, this painting as it is now, and I actually like it as it is now, and that is a good sign, because I am my own worst critic. I'm horrible with myself, and so should you be. You shouldn't accept mediocrity from yourself. If other people choose to be mediocre, that is their problem. If other people choose to use easy fixes and not do their job, well, good for them. Personally, I enjoy it. I enjoy pushing myself over the edge. What's that? That taste is funny. Linseed oil and turpentine doesn't taste good. Now you know! You see here? I want to buy my friend Kyle a couple of these and send to him. Because I'm sending him in his painting. So I want to get some. I could do this for hours. That is the thing, people say, oh, why don't you paint abstract? Why should I paint abstract? When I do this here, this is now abstract painting. And then I'll play around with different shapes and stuff. And it's also, when I hold this, it's quite loose. And it's almost being a director. If I played piano music now, it would be really intense. And that is exactly what I'm going to do after this. I'm going to put on some beautiful piano music. And then I'm going to flow for a few hours. I need to learn how to play the piano before I die. I need to have that experience in my life. There's no doubt about it. And if I can learn quantum physics, quantum biology, and I can learn painting by looking at the great masters and just paint, I'll see absolutely no reason why I shouldn't be capable of learning to play the piano, and I just have to do it. You know, regrets, I have a lot of regrets, but I also learn from them. And that is such an important thing. You have regrets, but you actually learn something from them. You learn from your mistakes. But I don't want my regret to be that I didn't do something. So I'm a little bit back and forth with that. If I'm going to start playing the piano or not. Because of course I'm the type of person that goes into things with vengeance. And maybe I should stick with my painting. But then again, training, doing martial arts, exercise, the right food, playing an instrument, stuff like that. Will make my brain stay on, and it means that I will be able to live and paint longer in my life. So yeah, maybe it is a good idea. See what I'm doing and kind of changing my grip depending on what I'm gonna do. You just think how many brush strokes that goes into a painting, how many subjective touches you have. And that is, of course, what I'm talking about a lot of my videos. When you go and look at the old masters, you can see, things like this in the painting, and you know why. You know why he did it, why it's there. And if you learn to teach yourself to understand the language, you will kind of start seeing the different reasons, or the different relationships, all these different brush strokes has to one another. And there is basically, it is from chaos, and it is created in a more chaotic way. It's not that I'm not planning the next brush stroke. I just see intuitively where the next brush stroke has to be to enhance different things. So yeah, that is the thing. You know the thing. Oh, okay. Whatever. So yeah. Like here now it's almost 2. So I turn that down a little bit. And so that's better, I think. It's very high here. Yeah. Okay. Get it a little closer next time. Okay, I'm gonna make the palette come alive a little bit more, and yeah. So what will I do? I will use this, a round pencil, for now, because I want to round it a little bit. Then I go just down here. I want to try to get it pretty correct, like this. I think it is basically like this. It's a little bit strange. Maybe It is a little bit longer actually. So I'm kind of a sucker for details like that. As you can see on the palette, I'm always starting with dark colors up there. Usually it is, I mean, I start up here with raw umber, then it's burnt umber, then it's kraplak, or not kraplak, sorry, it's Van Dyke brown. Then I go to yeah, and I have black actually here. Usually I have burnt sienna. Usually it's placed around here somewhere. And I have maybe even raw sienna. Usually will be placed around here somewhere. Just as you know. All is in that's raw sienna. Then I go to the kraplak, or alizarin as I call it. The kraplak is there usually. I'm not gonna, and then I go to my vermilion red, and usually I have the cadmium red there. I don't have it on my palette right now, so for some reason. And then I have some cadmium orange, and I have cadmium yellow dark, and it's cadmium yellow, only like the, no, lemon, cadmium lemon. As you can see, it's around here on this palette. And then I have my French ultramarine, deep, usually, is around here. Or maybe, yeah, and then I have my cobalt around here somewhere. And I have my, usually I have my pressure blue somewhere here, and my black then comes in, so last one here, and I usually place my white around here somewhere. In this palette is a little bit different. Depends, yeah, it depends. I also have one called Naples yellow reddish, which I usually place all the way over here, and this palette is over there. Then I have one called Naples yellow. What is it? Brilliant Gel Light, it's called. I think it's a good color compared to this one. Usually will be there. It has some, it's a little bit warm. And then I have this Naples Yellow Light, which usually is here. And I have the, funny enough, I don't really remember. It's Naples Yellow Extra. That's a deep one, which I usually use for skin colors, and I very often mix it with the kraplak because it creates a very nice skin tone actually. And you can use blue in it, and stuff like that. So maybe this was a good idea. I could make a video. I could actually paint up a whole palette, and I can make a video where I show you, turn the other way, show you, and how I mix colors. That would be cool. Like I did now, just a longer video about just that. So maybe even paint a motif on the side, just to explain. That could be so cool. Show you what I do. Paint in a palette on here and paint it like this. Just show you how I'm holding my palette. Yeah, that would be a very cool video. That would be something new. The things I think about. Could even be two different paintings actually on the beside each other, something like that. It would be perfect here actually. I'll look into that. I think it was a good idea. Now this palette, I'm now gonna paint the palette as I see it in my photo. So I'm not gonna repeat also the shadows here, create some 3D effect in here. See how this turn out. Song. Okay. Remember, I'm not trying to paint the palette as it is now. I'm just painting the palette as it hangs on the wall. Different now. I'm painting kind of the wood, and yeah. And here. This. It's funny with painting actually. It's a thing I can do basically forever. And yeah. Okay. See how I just paint in the different shadows and stuff and create a 3D effect more and more. So that's a kind of way to make it kind of feel like it's hanging on the wall, but it's also very important to see if I could. Now, to get this to hang on a wall, I kind of had to push it in, which means I have to give also the surroundings a little bit more texture and presence, some places, so that it actually feels like, if you get my point, so here there's a little spike here that it hangs on. Yeah. Okay. It's very important that I do that, because if not, I would just feel like I was kind of falling off the wall, and that is not what I'm after. I want it to be kind of sucked into the wall in a way. funny when I make these videos and talk. It's almost like there's somebody there. Yeah, you are keeping me company. You know that? The viewer is keeping me company. It's absurd. Because of course I'm not talking to anyone right now. But that's the strange thing with a human mind. You're easily fooled, easily tricked into believing stuff. Mm-hmm. Okay, tone this down a little bit. And as you can see, I'm using on my palette, I'm using, as I said, vermilion. I used alizarin, and I used cadmium red. And also different yellows, but they're all clean yellows. It's easier for me to, I could use just one yellow and almost just one red maybe and stuff, but it's easier for me to make many more tones without all the blending. And I've kind of found my keyboard. I mean, people have to, I have a book with palettes of Delacroix, which I got from a beautiful woman that actually made me start painting in the first place. She's called Cecil Kobostad, and she was my color teacher, not in art school actually, but in a drawing school, 1 year course that I went to, and she gave me that book of Delacroix, all his palettes, and he, in some paintings, he just used a few colors, and others he had mixed his colors, almost like put numbers on them, and used a lot of time to actually build up all the different blends and decided where in the painting the different colors were going to be, and in a couple of days he just went through the whole thing and built a painting. Then he had actually mixed all the colors for him, but it was enormous amount of different palettes. I can actually, if I make that video I was talking about, where I paint this palette and explain what I do, I can actually I can show you that book. And there's so many plans I have so much life left to live, and I have so many plans. I was wondering maybe painting a lot of paintings, but use his palettes, kind of find photos or objects or whatever I want to paint, and go for one painting for each of his palettes. Maybe look at the palettes here, because it's palettes to the different paintings he had, so I could actually make sure that I painted some of the painting in the same hues. Now, I will say that Delacroix was the first impressionist artist, when it ever lived. It was the father of Impressionism. Maybe even Rembrandt, if you... But, I mean, there's no doubt that Delacroix was the first Impressionist, or one of the first, the way it was painting. Impressionists. So yeah, I might do that. That could be interesting. It's funny how I can actually keep up the interest for painting over so many years. Never get tired of it. I never get tired of it. Just keep on going. When I'm done with this, I just, oh, next one, next one, next one. The cups. Oops. So this is how you paint a palette. So see, there's some texture here now, so I can actually keep that. Then I just put in some highlights on the strategic places. And yeah. Okay. So there are some highlights here that are quite strategic. It's here and here, and there's one here that explains quite well the shape. And of course you have to have a highlight on the highlight, like this. So, there's one in here and there. Now I could probably go further if I had more time. I'm kind of... I don't have much time on this. I have a few hours left, so I have to send it off. But I think it's nice as it is. It's come to a point where I kind of link together just here. You can do this. This one is a little bit bigger now. That's annoying. So just make this a little bit bigger. And half a little. And voila. Voila. Son. Okay. Hope you find this at least a little bit helpful. Actually, this comes all the way down here, like this. And this one is actually down here. And it goes a little bit further down. Yeah. And I'm going to do a tiny little thing. It is creating a shadow or a part of this. Okay, I think that wasn't so bad, huh? Okay. Okay, now you saw me paint a palette. As you can see, there has to be a little bit more light there. And like this. So see, I drag it. So see, I kind of drag it like this to create that line there. This became a longer video. But it gives you kind of an idea how I do it. It's very important that you kind of you build both this and this. So when you build this, it comes out. This one pushes it in, and this kind of equalizes a little bit. So it kind of feels like it. So you've got this tension. Basically what you're doing, you are painting in physical laws like gravity. You're painting in how it would feel in reality. That is how I think, anyway. So it's a tedious process. It's a long process. It's a great process. I just love it, simply. And the good thing is that despite getting older, I am actually still getting better. That is not so bad. And I had this conversation yesterday with someone that deeper introspection leads to, I think I said it, I always say things over and over again, it's so boring for you. But a deeper introspection leads to a deeper understanding of painting and stuff. There's absolutely no doubt about it. You just have to evolve your emotional skills and your identification with the universe and everything. That way you will also connect better with the paint and in general. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, how to paint a palette. Huh. See, just can I repeat that thing there? Because you don't want to do, you also have to understand directions when you paint. That's very important. So yeah. There's actually a shadow underneath there. So I'm going to paint that. And we'll then get more. I think I need more black for that. Because now the colors are kind of mixing together. And this one has to kind of disappear into it. See, that was actually Prussian blue. And it's very strong color. Probably the most potent color I know about. It's very hard to control. In the beginning it was really difficult, but then I learned to use it and I never went back, you know. It's just brilliant. But as I say, it's a very potent color. It's like blueberry. You can't get it off your hands. It's so strong. If you have spilled blueberries on some cloth or something, it's really hard to get it off. Then I have to do like this. Jakob. I can feel that this is it's so nice. I forget to eat. It's like a diet because I gained some weight now. And I need to lose the weight. So I just forget to eat. I don't want food when I'm painting like this, because also food makes the blood go from your brain to the stomach. So if you're working and you're eating too much food, you won't function. You won't be able to process data that good. It is a little bit better to be a little bit hungry when you paint, I think. So eat small meals, get enough water, and coffee or tea or whatever is your thing. Or be careful by filling up the stomach before you're going to paint. After, doesn't matter. You have to restitute. When you have been painting, you have been using your brain like crazy, and before you go to sleep, it can be a good idea to get in some egg, maybe some fish, salmon, sardines, herring, whatever, and some nice vegetables, maybe a little bit of fruit, bananas or something, some potassium, magnesium, and some good food. And that way, when you sleep, you'll have given your body the nourishment it needs to build new neurons and create new neurons to remember all the things you learned while you were painting. If you don't eat the right food, you can't expect your brain to work at this best level, and that is really important, because a lot of artists are treating themselves like a dustbin, and you won't be able to create paintings with after a while. Maybe you're young, but I mean, even when I was young, when I was drinking too much, my paintings really suffered. There's no doubt about that. Luckily, I stopped and walked back the cat, and now I have a good relation to alcohol. I drink maybe a bottle of wine a month, and I have a good time when I do. There was a time I used to drink 2 bottles of wine before I went out into the city, and my painting suffered from it. And when painting is the most important in the world for me, except for my parents and my daughter and stuff, that is not acceptable at all. So, okay, enough of this. Hope you got something out of it. And okay, I'm gonna touch up the tattoos a little bit more, and after that I think I just have to leave it, because I'm getting close to my deadline, sadly. So where to start? There's some lines here. This. Okay. My neighbor is making noise again. Good morning noises. See here. This. This. Here. Fill in a little bit. All these things are just disappearing. So there's a little hard shadows in this. That is actually because my printer broke down, you know, and well, it didn't break down. Actually, I had to remove one maintenance cartridge, but I didn't have it, so I needed to wait until today. But today is the day I deliver. Because I thought some of the shadows were a little bit too hard. It would have been better if they were more soft, so I saw a little bit more details in them. But I managed to basically save it anyway, so that's good. You just have to work with what one got sometimes, and this time I think I actually did quite a good job, so yeah. So funny with these colors. I'm looking forward to painting this again. I have many beautiful pictures of her, and I should do some more photo shoots of her too, because she's amazing, she's beautiful. And it's not often you find somebody with such perfect tattoos. actually works so good in a painting. Just that big. There's some flower there, which is important. I will do this segment and one more where I paint over the whole thing and sign it, and then I will be done with this one for now. Mm-hmm. Yes. Hmm. Go silent when I concentrate. Maybe that's a good thing, so I can focus more on what I'm doing. You never know, maybe you pick up something. I wonder if so many actually bother to see these full videos. Now, as I see it, I see also my videos as a thing for the future. It'd be such a shame when I die and nobody takes care of my channel and things just disappear. Oh. You work so hard through a full life and boom, things are just gone. Fuck. So, just have to make it a little bit. It's a way to just, when you don't want the lines to be too hard, I just use my fingers to mix it together like that, and it works in a way. There's one here, it goes like this, goes up like this, and up, so like this, then just goes down into, there's some tattoo stuff here too, but I can't really see it, so just have to make an impression of it. Some reddish red. This one red. Just darkness. Darkness. Now some tattoos here. I can't really work out totally how they are, so I guess I just have to kind of experiment a little bit, like this. One. What the hell is this? There's cables here. Some spots of red. Beside here. Like this. Spot here. So, this is one way to do it. Okay, we have this flower down here, and it comes like this. There's one here, and there is one here. This goes down. There's a bigger one here. So there's a lot of blue, and there's the two, and it comes down here and mixes with the flower, and here. This. So almost can't see this anyway, so there's no point in putting in too much detail into it right now. Because if you do everything totally clear, it's almost like it loses its potency, and the thing tend to die a little bit, so it's better to keep it a little bit more open, especially now since there's not that much time. There's also always another step, there's always another layer of color, always another place to go, and you can continue doing these things for bloody well ever if you're not careful. Just keep on banging on. So has to be a little bit careful when you're out of time, not to overdo things. Ding. And there's some greenish, bluish here. Oops, here actually. This. So it's a nice line. Trying to kind of get it to just become a little bit opaque, but not that much that it kind of loses its potency. It's not many places it is this hard. lines, so it looks. See now, it loosens. Yeah. I think it looks okay. As far as I can see. Do a little bit more. And then these are too big. So they're thinner. The lines are thinner. So this is basically it in a way. A little bit more touch up around here and there, and then it's done for now. So one more segment and it is over. Terrible things happening here. Some tattoos. Impossible for me to see. So just there's some green and blue there. I'll add that. It's funny. Looks like somebody just took a bucket of color and just threw it. All the complementary. You see the colors here, and my palette is just perfect. Fascinating. She was also fascinated by my palettes. So, okay, see you later. Yeah, I was way too. This didn't look good in the video. I saw. Pull this a little bit back up again. so it makes some sense. And also some blue and green here. Maybe that makes a little bit more sense, hopefully. A little bit here. It's hard to stop when you start. It's like I go into this frenzy as usual, and it's kind of keep on banging on, and it becomes harder and harder to see new things all the time, and you just want to continue making it better. And the risk is that you can actually come to a point where you just make it worse. So, because there are points where you can stop, where the harmony works on a certain level, like first sketch works on a certain level and stuff, but then you break that down and you have to go through it to give it substance. Then you get a little bit further, and you could actually stop, but then you go a little bit further again, and you have to kind of kill your darlings again, because you keep on tearing down the things that can at some point stand alone. And in the end, if you go far enough, you just have to go all the way. Like you just have to go to total touch-up, all details in, and that's extremely time-consuming and physically draining, but also physically giving. So I think, as I say, all things has its own good and bad things when it comes to painting. So yeah. Yeah. Hard to say which one it is. Actually this side wins. So okay. It's a strange thing down there. So annoying, just like a hole. But that is just on the film. It doesn't look like that in reality. So, well, I will fix it. So, yeah. Okay, there we are. Definitely last segment. And the only thing I will do now is basically just sign it, or do a tiny touch up. So, just want some white in, I don't need this, in here, also to give it a little bit of a contrast here. So just to give it some texture, a little bit more life. So and yeah, I think that would be good. So down a little bit. Yes. Okay. Should I sign it? Yeah. Yeah, I was the gallerist. That's good. So, I wish I could have a little bit more time for adjusting some of the background and stuff, because I don't like it to be a little bit kind of rough and tumbled. Then again, it kind of has its own merit or its own function. So I just have to live with it. raise this. Turn it down a little bit. Okay. Is that okay? Say yeah! Yeah, it's okay. I think it's nice. Just a tiny bit. It's always this tiny bit more thing. Always a little bit more. Fine, really. I need a little bit more. Always a little bit more. I see things and I can't leave it. I just need some more here and here. That's the breast. Nipple. It's quite fun. So, okay, I will sign it here, basically. See now? Yeah, like this. Always some more you can do, and since my deadline is basically now, I just have to stop. Put it into the frame, call the taxi. Maxi taxi. Maybe I should do that now, so they come soon enough. and I'm just going crazy here. Now I'm starting to see a gazillion holes in my own painting, and it's just these things that can actually drive you insane, because there's always another layer, another place you can put in some more color, always something more to do. But you have to learn how to stop, and I'm not good at that. I don't have a stop system. So, okay. So, okay. Yeah. Okay. Signing. Okay. A. V. It's nice to sign in wet and wet. V. E. E. O. R. N. And there. It's actually the first time, one of the first times, to sign with my actual signature. Dot 20. Yeah, that was nice. So I'm gonna put it into the frame, and then I'm gonna take some pictures and show it to you. Okie dokie dokie. Okay, welcome to the end of the video. Here you can see the painting, the finished product, and it came out quite nice. It's one of the better things I've made, I think, and it's quite surprising because I painted on this continuously in a little bit over 2 weeks, and I got it up to this point. It is just wet in wet. There's no glazing in this one. There's only brushwork and stuff. If I actually ought to paint more on it, I would have probably glazed over the whole thing, gone over it again and again and again, But actually I don't think that would be necessary. I'm gonna paint one more of her anyway, so I will do it with that one. So yeah, tattoos, fun to work with. It's not perfect compared to the photo I used, but it's quite nice. As you can see, I'm building my paintings with the paint. I do not make flat surfaces. I push it as far as I can. So I hope you enjoyed this video, and share it with your friends on social media. Put the notification bell on. Check out my Patreon, as I told you in the beginning, and also go to the hyperlinks or chapters in the description and use them. It takes me a time to actually add them into description, so use them. Okay, welcome to the end of the video. Here you can see some of my brushwork, and if you like to have me as a teacher or mentor and want to learn how to make brushwork like this, you can sign up on Patreon for $1 or more, and I will engage with you on the personal level and teach you how to paint. There's also a Patreon giveaway, one small painting every month, so if you do it, you might even get your hands on that. Hope to see you there.